Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. That's right, boys. We are back. Yes, indeed. Hope you guys are ready for some more of this awesome sauce juiciness. Yes, you know it's very juicy. Okay, so my dudes, my brothers, my homies. We are back, and today we are going to get into a little bit of something, and then we're gonna go kill some shit. I think that's a good plan. I don't know about you. Amazing barrel greetings and salutations. And my man Joker. How are you, sir? Gentlemen, a pleasure as always. So, my dudes, my bros, my homies. Do you know what time it is? That's right. It's time for the most amazing thing in human civilization. It's called the simultaneous sip. And all you got to do, my dudes, to participate in this most amazing and stupendous invention, human brain, is grab that cup or mug or glass. Perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, or flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. That's right, I like my morning coffee. Deliciously, magnificently, stupendously, tango made. Oh my God, I'm even confusing myself. Join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip, and it's happening right freaking now. Go! Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, so we are. This is it's gonna be a fun day. So we're basically gonna continue on the entire immigration train because it's content that just will not stop. It just will not stop. It just keeps getting juicier the further down the goddamn rabbit hole we go. Are you ready? Okay, so make sure everybody can see it. Jesse Kelly. Now, if you don't know who this guy is, there it is. Okay. So, this individual said that we should ignore the Supreme Court and arrest anyone who tries to enforce this. Dissolve the Supreme Court and... dissolve the Supreme Court entirely if they push. Now, what is he referring to? The Supreme Court blocking Trump from deporting the Venezuelans that we talked about yesterday. That's right. That's right. Wait. There we go. Yeah, so the Supreme Court basically set a smackdown on his ass. I believe they did it because... I can't remember what the reason was. Yeah, Thomas and Alito dissented, and they said they would release a statement later on. I have not seen anything about that statement, but they voted 5-4. No, that's a different one. It is kind of funny that they are just blocking like this random group of individuals. But they have the ACLU like essentially suing on their behalf, so that's probably what it was. It is kind of weird that they just get to. This is the contention, right? Is that I believe is that they're being deported without a hearing, and I think that's the problem. Is because as long as they're not criminals, they are required to get a hearing. However, if they're in the country illegally, that by default makes them criminals. So I think that's what they're trying to use it. I think that's the like wiggle room they're trying to use, the Trump administration, to deport essentially unauthorized immigrants. That's what the government term is for. That's what the government term is. And so yes, they're blocking the deportation of these individuals. They only gave the court 42 minutes to act. What the hell? Huh. Yeah. So it's just, there's nothing really around this that we can really dig into, but they did essentially check the president's power. Okay. So that's what Jesse Kelly is commenting on. He wants us to ignore the Supreme Court, arrest anyone who tries to enforce this, which that's not a thing, and dissolve the Supreme Court entirely if they push. I'm assuming he means if anybody tries to stand up for the fact that the Constitution exists and the court have made a decision and the president should at least, tangentially abide by it until they can fight it out in court, because that's where you're supposed to fight these things. Because if you don't fight them in court, guess where the fighting goes to next? That's right, it goes to knives and guns. And you don't bring a knife to a gunfight, you don't bring a gun to a rocket fight, and you don't bring a rocket to a nuke fight. Look, we can't go this route, okay? Okay? Like, I've had my problems with Jesse. This pretty much takes the cake. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this goes a bit too far. Because we are not at Lincoln stage yet. That's the main thing, is we're not quite at the stage where you can just act like Lincoln and think you can get away with it, right? Because what happened to Lincoln because he thought he could act like Lincoln and get away with it? Oh, that's right, he got shot in the back of the head. And no, I don't really think anybody's going to shoot Trump in the back of the head. It's more that the entire apparatus of the United States government, once you take this step, you've lost me, and pretty much almost everybody else. A lot of the Second Amendment guys, no matter how much they like Trump, they're not gonna like this. I don't like this. This is not good. This is not good. There's not even an argument for it, considering there's literally no legal way to do this, right? There are legal ways to fight the Supreme Court. And yeah, we're not there yet. If the Supreme Court basically told the president he can't deport anybody ever again, period, and we must let all illegal stay, you might have an argument, right? You might have an argument, but that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. That's not what's going on at all. At all. Okay, so yeah, this is just, and the thing about it is like, I feel like Jesse says shit like this, and people like him say shit like this, literally just to stir the pot, to make the crazies on the opposite team even more crazy. Just like that there are people on blue team that do the exact same thing, that go really uber hard into the anti-Christian, like, degenerate trans shit just to piss people off. I mean, I was an edgy atheist at one point too. I also said and did stupid shit to trigger the fuck out of religious people around me because they were being asshats. Yeah. I wasn't invited back to church anymore. Let's just put it like that. All right, so, and one of the reasons we're talking about this is because we're having more of the gift that keeps on giving. So, I don't know Morgan's politics. I don't know. But here's the thing. They talk about, like I said, no one's immune. Everyone does this. Everyone does this. And they pretend they don't. And they pretend they don't. And tell you they ain't. And so the reason I'm bringing this back up is because essentially what we're looking at is, so Brian, love you, Brian. Thank you for all the content. You are absolutely the machine when it comes to this, of just absolutely stupid fucking retarded takes. So they photoshopped. I'm pretty sure he changed this. I can't. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure it didn't say on top the last time I saw this tweet. Let's just put it like that. So anyway, Trump blasted out a photo of Abrego Garcia's hand tattoo with MS-13 photoshopped on top. Photoshopped on top. Brian, nobody believes that they have a grainy ass fucking picture of his hand and that he had MS-13 in Times New Roman tattooed on his actual fucking knuckles. You fucking degenerate retard. Oh my god, dude. Like, this like, when I saw this, I literally couldn't believe, like, and the thing that kills me is Dev actually fell into this trap too by using the word fabricated evidence. Fabricated evidence, everyone. The president of the United States thinks you're so fucking stupid. This is their contention. That you would believe that the man in the photo has an M above the marijuana leaf, an S above the smiley face, a 1 above the cross and a 3 above the skull. Okay. Now, it's entirely possible that some fucking boomer who doesn't know how fucking any of this shit works may actually believe that. Or be like, why is it tattooed on his actual knuckle? That'd hurt like hell right there. Yes, it would hurt like hell. Which is why you wouldn't do it. You also probably, if you had like grainy green tattoos, wouldn't have freshly stamped black in Times New Roman font tattoos as well. Oh my God, dude. Brian, the photo is labeled. The photo is labeled, bro. It is not photoshopped. It is labeled. He's using, like, this is what I've been talking about for days. The language you use tells me your true intent, because you as a smart individual, and Brian is not stupid, know how to phrase things to make them seem more legitimate or less legitimate, to make them engender feelings of goodness or sadness or happiness or badness. These, like, anybody who knows how language works and how you can write things knows this, right? It's very easy. Novelists do it all the time when they write their novels, so that you can sympathize with the villain, but you hate his guts at the same time. And it's not just his actions; it's how he's written and how they're portrayed. It's the same way when you look at the good guys. A lot, the language you use can determine how you feel about them. Some of the best books, some of the best novels, some of the best ones always have like a twist of some kind. Not what I mean to say is if you have a twist in the novel, in a story, that if you use language correctly, you can fool someone into believing someone is something that they're not, despite what they're doing in real time, right? So you can see a person's actions, but if it's framed in a certain way and uses certain language, they can be seen as less bad. And then by the end of the story, all of the flowery language unravels, and you get to see the true face of evil kind of deal. Or the other way around, where it looks like a dude might be bad and he's not very nice and all this other stuff, and then the story unravels. So Brandon Sanderson, the individual who wrote the Stormlight novels, wrote a book called Warbreaker. And in Warbreaker, this is exactly what happens. The entire time, the bad guys are doing everything that's bad in front of you, and you don't realize it. And the good guy is doing everything good in front of you, and you don't realize it, because the frame being used is through somebody else's perception, and they perceive the bad guys as the good guys because they've been tricked, and they perceive the good guy as the bad guy because they've been tricked. And once it all unravels, you go back and you reread it, and you're like, oh my God, every bit was all there. But because of how it was framed and the words that were used to describe these people, it put me in a different frame of mind, which makes me like them or dislike them more, making it more likely for me to think that they're the antagonists rather they're the bad guys rather than the good guys. And this is what's going on right here. This is exactly the kind of thing. The right does it too. Don't get me wrong. Red team, blue team. Like, when we talk about red team and blue team, we're essentially talking about the same teams. We're talking about both teams use the same tactics, period, hands down. So there is no difference between that, in that they are, in fact, the Uniparty, or the Uniteam, if you'd like to say. But they differ in many other things. But the fact that they will use the most emotionally laced arguments to try to make their case, completely ignoring logic or feliciousness or any of that other shit, they absolutely 100% do it. The rules are there for a reason, namely so we can give ourselves room to exhaust every non-violent option before we come to such profound impasse that we must use force against one another. Bravo, sir. Well said. Well said. Yes. No. Shut. There we go. Well said. Well said. That is 100% true, and it is one of the main reasons why our government is set up the way it is because the founding fathers recognized that politics is just violence without the violence part. Right? Without the bad shit happening, right? Or excuse me, politics is war, but without the violence. So, yeah, it doesn't even bend with the skin. Yeah, that's kind of my contention. It's like like I said, maybe some boomer who would believe like the shitty AI cat videos might fall for the fact that that they might think, oh, he actually has MS13 tattooed on his hand. It's like, yeah, but the vast majority of people have some like tattoo experience, right? I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. The vast majority of people either have tattoos or they know people who have tattoos, and this is one of the reasons why I'm bringing this one up specifically, is because Brian is one of the mainstream blue team people. So I want you to say that's not evidence. It's a connect the dots for people who already know the picture they want to see. Classic gaslighting circular logic. Invent the code and then cite the code as proof. Bro. Marijuana. See, look. This is it right here. This is another way. Pot leaf. Is that what that is? Or is it marijuana? An actual name for what this is in Espanol. Smiley face is fuck, I can't remember what smile is. Let me I'm pretty sure it begins with an S. Pretty sure it begins with an S. Sonrisa. So, Brian is so first he's disingenuous with his framing of photoshopped on top. No. Labeled. So, if you were to say this in a neutral way, Trump just showed a photo of Garcia's hand tattoos with quote MS13 labeled on top of his hand. Okay. Here's the decoding. Here is what the president is telling you this means. The marijuana leaf equals M. The smiley face, parentheses, sonrisa in Espanol, it equals S. The cross equals 1. The skull equals 3. I've heard multiple different things with the skull. It's because it has 3 holes, or it creates a 3 on the side, or some dumb shit like that. I don't really give a fuck. Why it is what it is. I've seen people on literally both sides of this to be like, I'm an expert in this, and that does not mean that. I'm an expert in this, and it does mean that. Like, what the fuck, dude? Okay, so, this is not evidence. No, Brian, this is evidence. It's not proof. It's not proof, but it is evidence. He's either lying or he's just flat wrong. This is actually evidence. It's not a connect the dots. Everybody fucking knows that gangs use tattoos as identifying markers. Like, come the fuck on, dude. For people who already know the picture they want to see. Classic gaslighting. I mean, he's literally gaslighting you with this statement. And circular logic. He's just inventing shit. Invent the code and cite it as proof. Like, you don't have to invent the code. We know they do this, right? See, look. And this is another way. If you have to play tattoo Sudoku, so he's mocking the fact that they use tats as a language to communicate with one another. And the thing about it is if you've ever watched the History Channel, you know this because they have fucking prison documentaries where they're talking to neo-Nazis and fucking Crips and Bloods and fucking all these other motherfuckers, including people like MS-13, where they literally talk about what their tats mean and how they communicate, like rank, privilege. This says you murdered a dude. This says you did some other bad shit that I'm not going to talk about on stream. Like, this is gaslighting. That's what this is. Don't believe your lying eyes. Like, could Trump be wrong? Yes. But the thing about it is, could they be wrong about the meaning of these tattoos? Yes, they could. I don't think they are, but they could. Does Brian talk about that? No. He mocks it because he knows it's right and he's trying to confuse people. Simple as. It's either that or he is actually fucking stupid and is just post hoc making it to where he can't do this. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Pot leaf. Brian, you know it's called marijuana. It's fucking Spanish, bro. Like, you know it's marijuana. Like, I can understand you being ignorant of the fact that smile in Spanish has an S that it starts with. I can understand that. But pot leaf, fucking pot leaf. Are you fucking retarded? Photoshopped. Pot leaf. And gaslighting as he gaslights you. Yeah. Fuck you, Brian. Anyway, one of the main reasons I wanted to bring this up is because here we go. Jonah Goldberg. So if this is true, it underscores why habeas/due process is so important. I mean, it is important. Again, the president is actually misleading the public with false evidence. False evidence. Touts seemingly doctored photo. Doctored photo. Doctored photo. That's right. They tried to push this morning. I remember seeing it. Everybody was screaming, "The Trump showed a doctored photo. Trump showed a doctored photo." It's like, bro, it's fucking labeled. It's fucking labeled. Like this underscores the problem I have with Blue Team, is that, and you know, I have my problems with Red Team, and we talk about them. My problem with Blue Team is like they can't seem to actually pick something that, one, resonates, and two, is actually like something, right? This is not the scandal. The scandal is that Trump violated a court order and should be held to account. But we can't talk about that because we have to talk about a doctored photo. When Trump brings forth the photo, you say, okay, that's great. It says MS-13. That's fine. But he's human and deserves his human right to due process that we guarantee here in this country. That's what you say. That's what you say to that. It was like, yes, it looks, sure, maybe he's MS-13. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that he might be. That doesn't mean he doesn't get due process. Quote, that doesn't mean he doesn't have due process rights. We put fucking terrorists on trial for blowing up the World Trade Center in like the fucking 80s. Like, the argument about like it's such a burden upon the American people because the situation is so bad, blah 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 blah. That's a fine argument to make, but you have to change the rules so that you're within the legal bounds. So you can do that. You can't just do it unilaterally and expect people to just give it up. And it's one of those weird things. It's like, I wonder, like, was it an administrative error or did they do it on purpose? Because if it was an administrative error, okay, sure, but it's entirely possible they did it on purpose. Oh, he has a withdrawal order? Fuck it, just roll. Oh, he has a withdrawal order. Fuck it, we ball. And they just deported him anyway. To stir up a shit pot so that literally they have to defend the worst of the worst kind of people. Because that's what MS-13 is. Like, they are actually the worst people on the planet. Like, it is hands down, like, they beat everybody. As far as just like, they're not badass, they're evil. Like, they are actual evil. You know, you have to murder to get in. Their motto is what is it? Murder, rape, control. I think that's their motto. Like, they don't give a fuck about anything, dude. When I talk about how there's honor among thieves, and like even some of the mafia, like they have their own code. Like, you don't. So, you know, a lot of them, you don't fuck with women. You certainly don't fuck with kids. Yeah, MS-13 has none of those. Nope. Nope. Not even a little bit. They are muy mal. So many people use gaslighting incorrectly. It does not mean to just deceive, but to deceive in such a way to make the person deceived doubt their own perceptions. Yes. And I do believe that this is what he is doing when he does this, right? Because we all know that marijuana starts with an M. Easy. But look at what he does. It's photoshopped. Well, bro, like, what? How the fuck are they supposed to label it if they don't literally use fucking Times New Roman and stamp that shit on there? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Now, I will say that they didn't do them any bit of good by not making them all on the same height. Like, I will say that if they had labeled this in a better way with all the letters at the same height, instead of, you know, lower down above the tattoo so it's closer, and they just drew a line to the tattoo with like a little tiny arrow, that probably would have been a better way to label it, because there would be no mistaking it is a label put on there. So I think they did themselves a little bit of a disservice. But man, I mean, it's like one of the million little things. It's like, okay, so you didn't do it perfectly, but you got 99% there. Like, fair enough, right? You can't really tout that. And one of the, and it's like, this is the kind of shit. This is the kind of shit right here. And to be fair, I'm stretching the meaning of gaslighting too, because the thing about it is that he's literally just being deceptive with language. That's really what it is. This is when Tim Pool says the media lies to you by the language that they use. This is the bullshit that he's talking about. This is exactly how they do it. This is exactly how they do it. Because, like I said, if he were reporting properly, then it would be MS-13 labeled on top of the photo. Here is the decoded message that Trump admin claims is there, or whatever. You know, you can word it better, but you don't have to use this type of language. Like, he's literally loading his language to make you think this is bad. Pot leaf, no, it's marijuana, right? Smiley face. Why didn't you look up the word for what smile means in Espanol, bro? Like, are you racist, Brian? Are you racist? Why didn't you look it up? You should know these things. Sorry, I'm just being an asshole. And then, so this is the thing. We'll get into that too. This right here. So, do you notice the tats? The tats are there. So the tats are real. No, he does not have MS-13 on top of them because that's retarded. Why would she cover them up? Most people are proud of their tats. Don't you remember? Fucking Al Bundy, no wife, no kids, riding on a motorcycle. Yeah, I remember that. Most people are proud of their tats. Why would you hide them like that? Maybe she doesn't like them? That's entirely, no, you know, that's okay. So I have actually pulled a possibility out of my ass and I now have to display it. Okay, so here we go. So it's entirely possible that if he's not part of MS-13, that some of the symbols may be associated with them and that's why she's doing it. Or it's entirely possible she doesn't like those tattoos and it makes the picture look funky, so that's why she covered it. You got to remember, women put filters over their own fucking face. So the fact that she covered the tats doesn't necessarily mean that they're gang tats or that she's trying to hide that fact. It may be that she doesn't fucking like them and they look like and she thinks they look like shit, and so she covers them up. Like I said, women put filters on their face and they literally take hundreds of pictures of themselves in various quantities per day. I have known women who would take 100+ selfies of themselves a day in different positions, smiling in different ways. It is like, so what you're saying is there is a chance this was done purposely so that the validity of no deport orders as a whole was lessened? No. The contention that I said, that the hypothetical, was the fact that it's entirely possible that the Trump admin saw the deportation order and said, fuck it, ignore it, don't worry about it. And they may have done it for several reasons. One of those reasons could be that they wanted to stir up the pot. Because think about it like this. There are various, like, violating a court order is a bad thing, right? It is illegal. But just like all other illegal things, there are variations, there are very, how should I put this? There are degrees to which it is bad, right? Murder is really fucking bad. But premeditated murder where you planned it out is much worse than just some dude made you angry and you fucking shot him for it, right? That's different. It's still murder, but one is considered worse, right? Just like if you accidentally kill a dude with your vehicle because you weren't paying attention, well, you'll get manslaughter, right? Or criminal negligence rather than murder, right? So there are various degrees. So what, like, if let's say that you or I was to defy a court order like this, what punishment would we get? Well, I imagine it wouldn't be too bad. However, the administration doing it on an individual level, it might be a little bit worse as far as like punishment and what would be handed down if you were actually convicted of any kind of crime. But it probably wouldn't involve jail time. It would probably involve like loss of job or more potentially just a fine, right? Because that's usually how it works. If banks can fucking clean terrorist money and only get like a $10 million fine, you know, like 0.001% of the profit that they made, like you saying like people in the Trump admin need to go to jail for 30 years, like definitely falls on deaf ears. Like it's just nowhere in the same goddamn ballpark for me, right? And it's also potential. Now you bring up an even better point, is the fact that the reason they violated the order was not so that the orders themselves as a whole could be lessened, but so they were more easily challengeable in court. Because think about it like this. It's hard to challenge something in court. I don't believe that the Trump admin could have brought any of this stuff to court, period. because there was no aggrieved party or any of this other nonsense. But by violating the order, they create a shitstorm around it that would allow other people to contend against them and bring it to court, which would then allow them to challenge the validity of said orders in court. So it's possible they're going that, but that sounds way too much like an actual 4D chess move rather than just them flopping around with their fucking dicks hanging out. Because honestly, that's kind of what it sounds like. That's kind of what it feels like to me, is that it probably was an administrative error. But the government, here's the thing. If it was an administrative error, okay, what's the remedy? Well, we can put things in place so this doesn't happen again, okay? What about the remedy for the person who was deported? Well, the individual that was deported was an actual illegal alien. He was a criminal alien. He was, quote, an unauthorized immigrant who was living here unauthorized until he got a withholding of deportation. A withholding of deportation does not give him the right to does not give him necessarily the right to live here forever. It gives him the ability to not be deported from here for fear of shit that's going on in his country. And potentially, once that situation has changed, then he could be deported back. Right? So you could potentially have deported him to another country, although that probably wouldn't have been a good idea either. So there is a lot. This is what I'm saying about, like, it's the legality is not just cut and dry. This is how you can do some really bad shit and get off on it if you know how the law works and your lawyer is pretty decent at what they do. It's because there's so much wiggle room in most laws, and the reason they create that wiggle room is because you need to have room for good actors who make mistakes to not get their life fucked over, right? If you make a small mistake, let's say you're running a business and you accidentally fuck up your stuff because you can't afford an accountant, or you get an accountant and they fuck it up, right? They fuck up your accounting, and so you basically lied to the government about your taxes now, but you didn't really lie, right? You made a mistake. And so that's why they just give you a little bit of a fine, depending on how bad the mistake is, and then you move the fuck on, right? Unless you're Trump. And then they, they get rid of the statute of limitations, and then they upgrade it to a felony for random reasons. We don't need to get into that. I'm just memeing at this point. So yeah. So the tattoos do exist. You can see them right here. This is the photo that was taken recently in El Salvador. And you can see that she covered them up. Now, again, she may have covered them up because she thinks they look like shit and she doesn't like the way they look. Now, she didn't cover these up, so it might just be these individual tattoos she doesn't like. But it also could be the fact she covered it up because she knows they're fucking gang tats and she's trying to hide it. Okay, there's this picture. And then we've got another one right here. And so the tattoos do exist. You can see them clearly right here. Right here. And I really hate when people put photos up like this on report and they don't do this. This is exactly what you should do. So the guy who posted on X that I didn't like that one, did I? Yeah, this guy. See, what this is doing, do you remember what I said about framing? This is the first picture. This is what they want you to think about. Not this. So, yes, this man is a human being, and he deserves human rights that we have guaranteed in our country, and he deserved his due process. However, it does appear that he is at least an associate of MS-13. There is a lot of evidence that he is part of this gang. Now, it could be all circumstantial, and he could just be, a good boy, and none of that's just true. But again, like you got it. How many dots do you need to connect that line, right? How many dots? Because you got to think about it like this: all of the people screaming about Trump violating the Supreme Court, they are the same people who shit all over the police officer's report about him being associated with MS-13. They shit all over the confidential informant, which, yes, they can be absolute shit and lying fucking bullshit, but many of them are not. Hence why they're trusted, right? It's like, it's so funny, man, because in one breath they will literally be like, we need to protect the system, man. You gotta follow what the court says, man. You gotta do all these things, man. And then in the other breath, he'd be like, yeah, the cops are out to get you, man. They're gonna lie through their fucking teeth about you, make up all kinds of bullshit and fucking risk felony charges on a report so that they can lie about this fucking Mexican, bro. Same fucking breath, dude. Same fucking breath. But yeah, that's what this is. So, and to be fair, he could be pointing out that, oh, see this picture of him being a good father? Oh, look, he does have those tattoos. Oh, look, here's the tattoos. So he could be on red team, and I don't even really give a fuck. It doesn't matter. The point is that block out the face. I probably shouldn't even have shown this on my stream. So that's on me. I should have done something about that. Anyway, so yeah, dissolving the Supreme Court is an offense that would allow me to label you a traitor to the United States of America. And let's see, there's something specific in the Constitution about traitors, isn't there? Can't quite put my finger on it. You know what? Let's ask Rock. Punishment. Traitor. According to the... Did I spell that right? I did. Under Article 3, Section 3, it defines treason as levying war against the United States or adhering to its enemies, giving them aid and comfort. The punishment is not specific in the Constitution, but itself, but is left to Congress to determine, requiring testimony of two witnesses, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here we go. Which states that treason is punishable by death or by imprisonment for no less than 5 years and a fine of not less than $10,000, along with a prohibition from holding any office under the United States. So I was actually wrong. He wouldn't be a traitor. It would be sedition, I think, right? Because none of this is actually, yeah. So fair enough. Okay, so I was wrong, but punishable by death. He wouldn't be a traitor. It'd be sedition. Let's see. What is... Did I spell that right? I'm not even typing. What am I doing? Sedition in the U.S. primarily addressed under 18 U.S.C. whatever the fuck is defined as seditious conspiracy. It involves two or more persons conspiring to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the U.S. government. Levy war against the United States. Oppose by force the authority of the United States government. Well, that would be one too, right there. Also, this is what they think Trump did, and I'm not gonna lie, or excuse me, tried to do with the January 6th bullshit. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too far from believing it, to be honest, because the only thing that holds me back is the fact that they tried to use a legal loophole that was on its face retarded, but still within the bounds of what would potentially legally be acceptable. So yeah, but you notice how it doesn't say, when it says overthrow, it doesn't actually talk about using force to do so. So we're not talking about the riot, we're talking about the other part. And let's see, and this is how some of the J6 dudes got charged with could have been charged with seditious conspiracy, because they essentially started a riot during a government function, which would have opposed by force the authority of the U.S. government, right? So it's like they were treading on fucking very, very, very shaky ground. By force, seize, take, or possess any property of the United States contrary to its authority. You know how many times this happens? A lot. Do you know how many people get charged with seditious conspiracy? Almost none. So, like, you've heard of all, like, the Black Panthers taking over a fucking, showing up with guns to a fucking thing in, San Francisco. That thing that happened a while back in, it was like Wisconsin, where they took over a government building with guns and a bunch of white people. Not Black Panthers, but a bunch of white people did it. and the main reason why most people don't get charged with this kind of thing is because they don't actually commit violence. Like, they don't commit brazen violence. Like, they don't shoot at cops or any of that nonsense. They literally just show up in force and impose their will. And then once they're heard, most of the time they just fucking leave. And so it's like, yeah, but this is America. Guns and speech kind of like go hand in hand. So most people are just like, well, okay, sure, whatever. Like, a lot of times, especially if you don't destroy property or hurt anybody, most people are just going to be like, sure. Like, when I see, like, you want to, like, this is like, here's my politics. I believe the Black Panthers should own as many guns as they fucking want. Yes. when I see groups of black men carrying guns, the only thing I think about is, God, I fucking love this country. I love this fucking country, man. It's just, freedom. I love it, man. I fucking love it. It's because it's one of those things where it's like, because as bad as our country, as bad as some of the things our country has done, that every country has done, we've come so far. And it's not just because they're black. It's because they're people who are asserting their rights and telling you, if you want to take my rights away, you can come and fucking take them. And I don't give a fuck what your skin color is. I don't care if you're some yellow motherfucker standing on top of a goddamn building during the LA County riots. You take that fucking rifle, man, and you hold it proudly. God fucking damn it. I love this country, man. Like, rooftop Koreans, man, that's like pure Americana, baby. Pure Americana. Like, I love it. I can't get enough of that shit. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I think we're pretty much done. I think I've made my point on this. And I'm just gonna say it right off. Both teams use emotional manipulation to make their point rather than logical arguments, because logical arguments don't work on most people. One, because most people aren't that invested, so they won't pay enough attention. And two, they just don't give a fuck, right? This is the kind of thing that resonates, right? When you see this, these are our people. But the vast majority of people are going to look at this and be like, foreign criminals. These are all gang members in El Salvador. Are some of them probably not gang members? Maybe. But there are a lot of people in our prisons that are innocent as well, right? And we should rectify that if we can. This is their justice system. You don't like it, that's fine. That's fine. But you don't get to dictate what their justice system is, right? Now, there is an argument to be made that we shouldn't be deporting criminals and criminal aliens to this place. I can listen to that argument. There might be some validity to that. But again, we are in a situation in which we face an existential threat. And we have to address it. And if we don't address it, then this shit is coming here. Mass incarceration works. It absolutely works. Because what it does is it makes not only normal people afraid, but it makes criminals afraid. Criminals don't want to go to jail. They want to be on the street slinging drugs. They want to be on the street extorting people, getting their money, living the good life. Bitches and hoes, man. Fucking cognac on the side. Fuck yeah, dude. That's what they want to do. They don't want to be in prison. But what happens when mass incarceration happens is that the criminals actually do get caught. It's just the real problem with mass incarceration is that a lot of innocent people get caught up in it too. And a lot of people get harshly punished for things that should have lenient punishments, right? Like, you shouldn't chop people's hands off for shoplifting. Right. Okay. Most of us in the West, we can agree with this. You shouldn't lose your hand if you get caught stealing, especially if, you are literally stealing food because you're hungry. But that doesn't mean there wasn't a victim, right? But with this, mass incarceration works because the criminals do get put in jail. When the criminals are in jail, they cannot be outside. They're not outside the jail committing crime anymore. They're committing crimes inside the jail. And if you have a jail like this, I mean, this is my thing, right? They call this place a gulag. I can understand why they might use that language, especially considering what this looks like. But look at the conditions of this place. These dudes are clean. Their clothes are clean. Right? The place itself looks relatively clean, well maintained, well lit. All the bays are open. You can see into them. They all have fucking cots. They all have a place to sit. It's not super overcrowded, at least as far as I can tell. Right? I haven't seen like every piece of media on this place, but it's like this place looks better than some of the prisons here in the United States. Like, do you know what we do with our Supermax prisons here? They don't get to fucking sit in jail cells with 100 other dudes. If you're in a Supermax prison that's run by the United States government, you get to sit in a cell alone for 23 hours a day, and then they take you out to a tennis court where you get to run around. It's like as big as my fucking room here. Like, it's no joke, dude. It's horrible. Now, funnily enough, it probably wouldn't fuck with me too bad. I am the kind of guy that like lives in his own head anyway. So I imagine the only thing that would happen to me if I got locked in a small room for 23 hours a day is that I wouldn't go stir crazy. I would just go crazy. Because deprived of all other stimulation, let me put it like this. There have been times in my life where I have been so bored out of my mind, but I had to wait for something, that I have been able to completely disassociate from this reality. So if I were in one of those things, I imagine that that's what would happen. I don't know, right? And I'm not saying I'm tough or anything. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about how being locked in a cell all by myself all day long, I don't know if it would be necessarily that damaging to me specifically because of how my brain works. But to a lot of normal people, it's absolutely destructive to your psyche. Anyway, tangent aside, my point with this is that they keep saying that this is bad. And it's like, okay, it might be bad. It could be, yes. But this isn't our justice system. This is their justice system. You don't get to determine what their justice system is. And this is one of the other things is like, these are a lot of the vast majority of people that I see criticize this place are the same ones that will, out of the, one side of their mouth, they defend the system when it agrees with them. And on the other side of their mouth, they shit on the system when it doesn't. And it's like, we either take the system as it is and we point out its flaws and go from there, or we don't. And it just feels like most people don't. Just like when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. I was actually happy with that decision. Because I don't think because it was a shitty decision to begin with. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said that. And what I was hoping we would get is that it would galvanize the blue team to work with the red team to put something into law. And it never manifested. And it really made me mad. Anyway, so yeah, I think we're done with this. So basically, it all depends on how you frame it, right? And they both do it. They both appeal to emotion, and neither one are actually appealing to logic. And in the big mainstream narratives, neither team appears to logic and reason. They always appeal to emotion because it works. And right now, I believe the red team is winning because of the messaging. Because this is like, look, these are our people. No, they're not. These are all, the vast majority of them are probably MS-13 or other types of gang members from a foreign country. And if some of them happen to be, had been residing here in the United States and were sent there, then they're illegal criminal aliens. And maybe we shouldn't send them to El Salvador? Sure, but they're not our people, bro. My people don't have a motto that's murder, rape, and control, right? That's not my people. Nope. So, but I mean, if you're some crazy fucking psycho on the left, then maybe criminals, maybe criminals who do have the motto of murder, rape, control are your people. That's fine. But that ain't me. That ain't me, bro. All right, so we're gonna move on to. No, that's not it. Where is it? Where is it? I want to give a brief touch. We're gonna do that in just a second. So, oh yes, and this touches on again. Lakota Man, another retard on the internet. This guy says some of the most retarded shit you've ever fucking seen. His account is pure motherfucking gold, dude. I half believe he's not an actual Blue Team member, but he is a person who makes Blue Team look bad. Like that, just unironically, like almost everything that comes out of his fucking account is just like the most retarded shit you've seen. And here we go. He says some crazy things, but he really cares about the country. That, my friend, is how 9 million people went into ovens. You can't go any further than this. You literally can't. You are at the maximum amount of critique that you can possibly do. And we're nowhere near this situation. You've just lost like all credibility with the vast majority of people when you make these kind of comparisons. ICE is not the fucking Gestapo. So anyway, we're gonna, so it's basically, let's talk about the Asmongold situation. And this is crazy. So Shoe-on-Head made a video criticizing U.S. aid, and a lot of the things she says in there are based as fuck. It's a really good video coming from a fucking commie. Sorry, Shoe. I love you. She's not a commie. All right, let's listen to Destiny. What do you say?
Like, I feel like I'm explaining. It's like a first...
And of course it's not got any volume because I'm a dumbass. Okay.
Like, I feel like I'm explaining. It's like a first grader argument, right? Where the kid is like, I want to play with the toy all the time.
Tab?
And you're like, well, that's not good.
No.
Like, well, why not? And... Oh.
What the fuck is going on? Why is there no volume?
So, like, I feel like
I am very confused by this. I'm very confused. Would this one work?
Like, I feel like I'm explaining. It's like a first grader. Argument, right? Where
can you guys hear this?
The kid is like, I want to play with the toy.
It looks like you can. Oh my goodness. I am a silly, silly boy. Pardon me while I unfuck myself. Okay. Now that my audio's fixed.
Like, I feel like I'm explaining. It's like a first grader argument, right? Where
okay. Still a little low, so I do have to turn it up. Pardon me. Pardon me.
Like, I feel like I'm explaining. It's like a first grader argument, right? Where the kid is like, I want to play with the toy all the time. And you're like, well, that's not good. And you're like, well, why not? And it's like, well, if you share with other people, okay. And it's like, I don't want to share with other people. But if you do, then they'll probably be nice to you as well in the future. Oh. So, like, not being a huge, massive fucking piece of shit to everybody actually benefits me? Yeah, that's right. That there are forms of influence that you can gain by helping other people that actually come around and benefit you at the end of the day, too. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild?
Okay, so it is true that there are a lot of people who don't understand that the United States uses foreign aid to bribe other countries so that they're nice to us and they pretend to be our friends. There are a lot of people who don't realize that. This is true. But I don't think Shoe-on-Head is one of them. Right? Like, no. Basically, it's like, yes, we do. U.S. aid was used as influence peddling. And foreign aid in general is used as influence peddling, where we give United States tax money, or United States money, I guess I should say. Because we actually just print it and then we, inflate and all that other shit. To foreign countries, to rich people in foreign countries, so that the country itself acts within the way we want it to. Or we can influence it more. This is true. And some people don't understand that. But a lot of people do. And I don't know, there is an argument to be made that bribing people that don't like you with money that you're just printing off, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the morality of the printing. We can skip past that. Sorry, but that doesn't necessarily make it good, right? That does just like bribing rich people in a foreign country so they act in what the people who are running the United States see as the United States' best interest may not necessarily be a good thing, right? So it's just funny how he keeps like the thing I think that Destiny is running into, and I do believe that the second Trump presidency is basically like frying his fucking brain. All of this, especially the way he's talking about Asmongold. And now Shu, it's very this argument in and of itself is disingenuous, in my opinion, because Destiny knows that Shu Head is not a mouth drilling retard, and that she's aware that we use foreign aid to bribe other countries to do as we will. They don't like us more because we bribe them. Many of them hate us because we do it. And in some cases, our foreign aid fucking backfires because we give aid to people who we probably shouldn't, and then they turn around and they use that money to fuck us in the ass. Yes, so being nice to people can benefit you. Being nice to the wrong people can fuck you in the ass. And that's not good, Destiny. That's not good at all. And the reason it kind of bothers me is because it's this mocking, disrespectful way of engaging in discourse. And don't get me wrong, shit talking on the internet is shit talking on the internet. But it seems like this is the only shtick he has now, right? That he gave up on the actual on basically everything. It feels like it really does, because normally you would at least expect him to analyze the possibilities that the Trump administration is not full of evil Nazis, and it just doesn't feel like that's anywhere in the spectrum anymore. So that's essentially why I wanted to bring this up. It's just an aside, just a thing, but it's like this is
like, I feel like I'm explaining. It's like a first grader argument, right? Where
see what I mean?
Kid is like, I want to play with the toy all the time, and you're like, well, that's not good. And you're like, well, why not? And it's like, well, if you share with other people, okay. And it's like, I don't want to share with other people, but if you do, then they'll probably be nice to you as well in the future. Oh.
So, okay, let's break down your first grader fucking argument. Probably. So that means it's not guaranteed. So there could be bad actors that if you share, they will actually fuck you in the ass. Yes, that's actually absolutely true. So you must use discretion when with the people you share with, because they could destroy you. They could use your own goodwill against you. I'll say that again. There are people in the world who will absolutely use your innocence, naivete, and goodwill against you to do horrible, unspeakable things to you that include rape and murder.
So, like, not being a huge, massive fucking piece of shit to everybody actually benefits me? Yeah, that's right. That there are forms of influence that you can gain by helping other people that actually come around and benefit you at the end of the day, too. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild?
Yeah. So, anyway, moving on. Is that the last thing I wanted to... Oh. And I gotta also talk about this. Literally. Okay. Because, like, there are plenty of things that you could say about Destiny and be, like, actual good criticisms. But they always go to this. Every fucking time someone criticizes Destiny, the vast majority of the time, they always go here. This has nothing to do with his political opinions, most likely. This has nothing to do with his arguments. This is appealing to emotion. Like calling him a degenerate loser. And, I mean, he is a degenerate, so fair enough. But this has nothing to do with any of that. And they almost always go to it. That is a good point. Peak irony. Destiny talking about not being an asshole to other people's peak irony. And that's a good point, because that's exactly what he's doing in this thing to someone who is on his side. Like, I'm pretty sure she was further left than he is. She's an actual socialist. So yeah, that's just good stuff right there. Absolutely good stuff. And I think the last thing we're going to talk about is I wanted to touch on this. So there've been a lot of screaming lately about male-only spaces and video games and shit like that. I just wanted to read what Alexander wrote on the stream and maybe give a little discussion about it. So, given how many relationships form online and some through games, they do. I actually have a friend who met his wife that he is still married to after 20 years and has a child with. Met her on WoW while we were in college. Here's to you, buddy. I have wondered if the video games equal male spaces discourse of incels is driving in part by wanting an environment free of romance and relationships. I think he might be right. Because it is one of those things, it's like, he keeps going on. I mean, they have more or less said that men start simping and acting different when women are around. This 100% is true. You don't have to say simping because that's not exactly right. I described this in a tweet not too long ago about how I had an experience with a bunch of enlisted people and an officer. The officer was female. And basically, it was a bunch of 20-year-old, 18 to 24-year-olds all around one another. And basically, you had all the meathead dudes doing handstands. Saying who can walk handstand the longest. And essentially, you had the group of women, which included one officer, surrounded by like 3 enlisted girls, all giggling in the corner, gooning over the dudes doing handstands because, they're all 18 and fucking jacked. And this is like this borders on fraternization because of what's going on, right? Because the female officer shouldn't be in the group of females. None of them should be doing any of what they're doing, number one, especially not in fucking uniform. But, people acting retarded in uniform is just normal day-to-day shit. And the point is that it's not about the decorum of the situation. It was a very innocent thing. It wasn't anything crazy. Not, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that men do change their behavior when they're around women that they find even somewhat attractive. And this is not a conscious thing. It is completely unconscious. Like any dude knows, you can get a hard on at any time, any moment of any part of the day, especially when you're a young dude. And it just happens for no reason, right? It's because you have no control over that part of your body. The same way that when men start acting different when women are around is because you have an unconscious, subconscious thing going on in your body that is making you want to appear more attractive to the opposite sex to increase your chances of reproduction. Like, this is something that is ingrained in our psyche from the fact that we're animals, and animals are driven to procreate. We are no different. Like, again, I wouldn't use the word simping, but he is quoting, and it's a fair enough assessment that I would agree with it in some forms. That male behavior does change when women are around, especially women that they find attractive, even if they don't understand that they're finding them attractive, right? And especially when they're younger people, because they don't, especially like if you're not raised to have proper decorum around these situations, or if you are not given the proper discipline when stuff like this happens, or it's the simple fact that they just don't understand what is going on. And not only that, they're young, dumb, and full of, well, there you go. And so they have to, and so they just do it. There's no rhyme or reason. Like, I remember doing this. It was it's peacocking is the thing. It's where if you're a dude, when you see a pretty woman, you'll stand up straighter, maybe like put your shoulders back, puff out your chest, kind of deal. You're peacocking. You're showing off that I am a masculine man. Look at how strong I am, and you don't even realize you're fucking doing it. Like, my wife says I do it when she walks in and is wearing something nice. I'll immediately like stand up straight, and it's just like, yeah, it happens. And so it's just normal behavior. And so he goes on to explain which in normie parlance means in normie parlance probably just means men give attention to women and flirt. Yes, this is the key. and I've seen this not in just this situation, but in other situations, right? That like my friend group accused me of this long ago when I was in the Navy, when my girlfriend came to visit us, that I started acting different around her. As in, I was more, how should I put this? I was more aggressive toward them, and standoffish. Yeah. And it was because I was trying to assert dominance over the group to show the female that I had attraction to that I was the dominant one and worthy of her attention. Like, I'm not even lying. This happened to me, and I didn't even realize it was happening. And once they told me, I literally brought my girlfriend up and was like, "Are they right?" And she's like, yeah, they're totally right. And I was like, fuck. Yeah, it was bad. And they just said, "Dude, you knock it the fuck off." And it was because it was happening in a non-innocent way, right? I was actually being a dick, and I should not have been. And so I would say it corrected the behavior, but it mostly just tamped it down. So can't go. So video games are a sort of safe space where their resentment for others in relationships is free from being triggered. Kind of like how Elliot Rodger would seethe when he saw a couple out in the park together. Yeah. I'm often hard on games in general. I think young men should do something better with their time. Fair enough. But I'm definitely on team cut cute nerds who flirt in the game versus team resentful incels who need a safe space free from normal human interaction. Okay, that's fine. So he picked a side. That's fine. What I will say is that one of the reasons why a lot of games don't feel like men are their target audience is because they're not. They want to target more people. But the problem that they run into is that the vast majority of games that are like AAA, that have like action combat and all this stuff, you like 90 to 95% of the demographic that you're appealing to are men. So when you add stuff like relationships, like let's get off the incel thing and let's just talk about like male spaces. The vast majority of men that I have interacted with and spent time with and done, social interaction and all this other stuff, the stuff that we bond over is not watching relationships develop, on a TV show or in a book or any of that stuff. Like, all those things are great. I do enjoy a good romance. Frickin' my favorite author, Brandon Sanderson, has tons of them in all of his books, and they're great. And they're not just the superficial, seen but not heard female off in the background that's like some kind of like, description of the like fucking, Madonna or some dumb shit like that, where, they're so divine they can't even be in the story because, it's just about a motivation for the male characters. No. Fully developed characters and stuff. But the vast majority of stuff that we bonded over were stuff that involved violence, specifically. Sports, literal violence, like sparring in the parking lot. I can't tell you how many of my friends and I fought in a parking lot before, but just because we got a little angry at one another. And so we sparred and beat the fuck out of one another. And, just good fun. It also helps when you're drunk. Over a hockey game, man. Over a hockey game. Anyway, but like these are the kind of things. We're playing stupid games that are like beer pong. That don't even have to involve alcohol. Just stupid things like that all the time. Almost never have I bonded with another man or a group of men in like a social situation the way women bond with women. Right? And so your entire demographic here are dudes who want to blow shit up and feel really fucking cool. So when they talk about the male power fantasy, it's like, yeah, the male power fantasy is I want to be the person doing the things that saves the world because saving the world is good. And it makes you feel awesome and heroic. And that's cool. Okay. So when you start adding shit like relationships into games and they're an integral part, you're going to turn a lot of people off simply because they're not looking for that. So as long as it's not like too big of a deal, like for instance, in Mass Effect, for instance, you don't have to do any of the relationship stuff. Like, obviously, if you're not into RPGs where you talk a lot, it's not your game, right? But if you do like the RPGs where you talk a lot, but you're not into all that romance shit, you're just like, nah, fuck all that. I want nothing to do with that. You could just skip it. Like, all of them make passes at you at some point or another. Or a few of them do anyway. And you could just bypass it. No big deal. Or you can seek to pursue that relationship, and I usually do, just because it's fun, right? It's all, a romance is always part of any good story, because being motivated by love is an extreme. Wow, that filled me with a lot of emotion. Excuse me. Being motivated by love to be a hero it feels like a very masculine thing, just in general. I don't know why, because it's like, let me describe it to you like this. The way my wife and I's relationship works is that I am the man and she is the woman. I am the husband and she is the wife, and we take our roles seriously. This is why I work out. This is why I practice with my firearm. This is why I practice punching and fighting and doing all these things, is because if a situation calls for it, can my wife defend herself without me? Sure. Does she have weapons that she is able to use in a fight that she could defend herself? Sure. But when we're out with me, her, and the kids, her first priority is going to be kid safety. My first priority is to kill whatever is trying to hurt my family. Right? That is the delineation of the job here. Husband, wife. Wife ensures child safety. Husband kills thing that is trying to endanger safety. Or let me rephrase, destroys thing that is endangering family. That is the role in our relationship. And the thing about it is that we're both fully aware, and we have articulated this, and I have specifically articulated this to her, is that if it was necessary, I would die for my family to protect them. Like there's no question. I love them that much. I wouldn't just die for them. I would do much, much more horrible things. So this is why I say that this is why I often use the Jordan Peterson quote of "be a monster," is because I actually know what that fucking means. Because as a young man, I had to learn how to control my anger. I mean, I still have problems with it, but control it in a way that I wouldn't hurt other people. Because I absolutely 100% will hurt other people if I hadn't. And so I had to learn to channel. I had to find a way to channel my violence into more constructive things. And I discovered very early on in my life the darkness that resides within my heart. And I really didn't have and to be fair, I didn't know how to truly articulate it the way I do now until I heard Jordan Peterson say it. So kudos for him on that. Me and my cousins, when we were angry, we'd go hard work, like digging a hole or chopping wood to get out of our system. Yeah. Punch a bag or stuff like that, wrestle, stuff like that. Yeah, me and my cousins always wrestled when we got angry at one another. And our, the males that were around basically just let it go on until it got out of hand, or, so one of us won, and then it was like, all right, break it up. That's enough. Like, it's not no, it's that's enough. I love that. But anyway, I learned early on the darkness that resided within my heart because I was bigger than most other children. And so I could it happened too, where somebody made me really mad and I haul off and punch them and it destroys them, like sends them to the hospital from one punch. And it's like, well, maybe you shouldn't hit people with things. And it's like, I didn't get in any trouble, but the dude was hitting me with a weapon. And so I just clocked him across the face. And you got to remember, I'm a small child at this point. Like, I'm like, what was I in third grade when it really broke out? And it was, and the funny thing is nobody really thought much about it then because I was just a big kid and I was getting things. But then an older kid who was bigger than me one day just like hauled off and kicked me in the nuts, literally on the school stairs. And so later that day, when we were at lunch, his lunchtime was the same as ours because even though we had grade difference, it was, it was a big cafeteria. I got a tray and I hauled off and smacked him over the head with it. He did not get in trouble, by the way, for kicking me in the nuts. I just want to point that out. It was at the beginning of school. I had two teachers watching us, and he just kicks me in the nuts. You got to remember, this guy was like a complete head taller than me too. Yeah, so I beat him in the face with a cafeteria tray, and that's when it got bad, and that's when I had to learn to control it, and I did. And one of the ways I did that was through martial arts. And so there does live a monster in all of us, and you need to know that it's there. Otherwise, when you are put in a situation which is extreme, that monster might come out and you might not know how to control it. There have been several times when I've wanted to do really bad things to people, and I haven't. And the reason is because I know it's there, and I won't let it out. There are only a handful of situations that the monster comes out, and people talking shit to me ain't it. It ain't it. I learned a long time ago that's not where it goes. I don't want to go to jail. I like my freedom. I like playing video games, and that's where I want to keep it. And I don't want to say, let me say this. I don't want to say that the only reason I don't do bad things to people is because of jail, but it is sometimes the main reason I don't do bad things to the people I want to do bad things to is because of the punishment involved. That if I wouldn't get punished for certain things, that I may have done them. It took me a long time to really admit that to myself, but it's true. It's absolutely true. And this is how I feel like I've grown, is that I recognize these parts. And would I do those same things today if I wouldn't get punished? Probably not. Simply due to and the funny thing is it's not because I'm a good person. It's because it might backfire on me and hurt my family. Not just for me going to jail, but revenge, vengeance, any of that number of shit, right? I can't be awake 24/7, to protect my family. There is some point where I have to go to sleep. So, but I think a lot of dudes are kind of pissed that so many games are overly appealing to girl gamers when the vast majority of these games make their money from dudes like me, right? Or dudes like I used to be, 18, 20, 15-year-old boy who wants to pretend like he's a murder god and kill demons all day, right? Diablo 2, that was me. Dead bodies make me happy, man. that fucking song. Anyway, I had it on repeat playing Diablo 2. It was something else. So I think it's not just incels. It's just in general, because I feel this as well. And obviously I'm not an incel. I have a fucking wife and children, and I get laid on the regular. Like, what are we talking about? And I don't care if women come into spaces. Like, my wife games with me whenever she wants. And she never tried to make me feel like she was like a true gamer or any of that shit. She admits she's a fucking dirty casual. And because she wears it like armor, I can't use it against her. Every time I call her a dirty casual, she's like, well, duh. And it's just like, it takes all the bite out of it. And it's like, God, I love that woman. Because she can banter. Anyway, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, I can't remember who said it. I think it was Asmongold said that it's great that you can pet cats, right? It's great that you can have animals and all these other things. But if that's your focus, if your focus is on politics, or your focus is on fucking petting the cats or making a cat farm, then why are you focusing on things that aren't important to the people who buy your games? These things are not important. If they're there, that's fine, because they appeal to some people. But the vast majority of people who buy games for those reasons, who buy games like Assassin's Creed, don't give a fuck about petting cats or having a cat farm. They want to kill people and be a fucking cool samurai while they fucking do it, right? We could spar, but not in anger. My uncle would not have it because he wanted to teach us to harness bad energy for good things, and I've come to appreciate that philosophy. He's a doctor in the military. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the fact that you can't fight in anger, because think about it like this. If you never fight when you're angry, what happens when you get angry and then you have to fight? Well, you're not properly trained, right? You're trained to fight when you're cool and not when you're angry. So even if you have trained your anger and you've learned how to control it, if you've never been in a fight while you've been angry, then you don't know that situation, and you don't know how you'll do in that situation. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not shitting on it. What I'm saying is that it's a differentiation in philosophy, and my pushback on that would be like, well, this is what I think about why that is not as optimal as the other way around. Now, there is a lot to be said about not allowing people to beat the fuck out of each other when they're angry, of course. But it's one of these things, like I said, when we would get mad at each other, we would wrestle and stuff. But if it ever got out of hand, of course the adults would break it up. That was the whole point, was for us to learn how to deal with our emotions with other dudes without hurting each other. Because dudes wrestling in a yard and they don't actually hurt each other, I don't fucking see a problem with this, right? It's like punching a punching bag, right? Except your punching bag is a living person and you're having like this argument, but you're doing it physically, but you're not actually hurting one another, right? It's all, like I said, it's almost like they're having an argument, but instead of words, it's physical force, but physical force in a way that is not meant to actually hurt the other person. And I think there is a quality to that you cannot get otherwise, right? Now, it obviously I could be wrong. That could absolutely be the right way, but for me, in my experience, this. Specifically because my cousins were all smaller than me, including the one that was older than me. He was like a year older than me, and I've always been bigger than him until we became adults, and now we're about the same size. I think I'm still like an inch or two taller than him, but he has to walk around like this. So, but like in my experience, it allowed us to get our anger out with one another, and we bonded over it. Because like I said, it almost never got out of hand, and if it ever did, then they would break it up. And the reason it almost never did is because after like 30 seconds to a minute of us, we'd be tired as fuck and just like, and then, my granddad would come over and be like, "Are you done? If you're not done, you can keep going." Yeah, that was my granddaddy. You got to remember that this is a guy who told me stories about how he had knife fights when he was like that age, like 9 or 10. Hammer fights, literally dudes hitting each other with hammers. Oh my God. Like, he told me this story about this, one of the ways that they would fight with knives is they would take a belt, they would clasp hands, and other boys would tie a belt around your hand so you couldn't let go, so you couldn't get away. And then after at the count of 5, you'd start knife fighting, and I was just blown the fuck away when I heard that shit. Like I was like, holy shit. And so yeah, sorry, I like just thinking about it, I'm like flabbergasted. It's like, you got to remember, one of the reasons why it appears that people are getting dumber is because we're allowing more people to survive that wouldn't have in the past, right? Because boys knife fighting with one another and potentially killing one another is not something that would be allowed today. I mean, I seriously doubt they allowed it much back then, but there was a lot less oversight of children than we have today. A lot less ways to like keep track of them and stuff like that. And yeah, and a lot of people had a lot more children, so you got to cull the herd, right? All right. Yeah, so I will say this. I absolutely do not side with resentful incels who are screaming about safe space from normal human interaction. True. But I don't think these are the only two sides. Right? Because it's not just cute nerds who flirt in the game. It's when females come into a male space, and not only do males change their behavior, but so do the females, right? This is why I was talking about the example of the military in the military, about the group of young dudes who were doing handstands to impress the ladies, and the ladies over here include like one officer, and they're all standing there giggling like like they're in fucking high school. Both parties change their behavior based on perceived attraction. It's just how we interact with one another, because we're animals, right? The fair point, we're dealing with a lot of men that get angry and don't know how to channel their anger without being productive. Yes, and hence one of the reasons why it's like it's like one of the things I'm teaching my little girl is like, you have to be able to be physical and be aggressive, even if you aren't, even if you're scared, even if you're not feeling it, all this other stuff. Like today, I had her whack a tree with a stick. It was So proud as a dad. I'm not even gonna lie, because she's scared of bugs and just we don't need to go into the details, but I was just very proud, because she's very, very demure and tame and stuff like that, unless she's in her own little world. But not only do males change their behavior, but so do females. And it's not even just that. It's that there is this, there is also a portion of the females who do come into male spaces who do not come in to integrate into male spaces. They come in to change the male spaces to be more female spaces, be more female friendly. And it's like, if it's a space that is open to anyone, which it pretty much is, and you want to come in and change it, then I'm just going to say no. And honestly, that's what it should have been from the beginning. But the problem is that you have all the institutionalists who basically, this is how commies gain power in our day, is they brown nose the institution until they get to the top of the tree in the institution, and then they control it with their tyrannical communist bullshit, right? That's essentially how they march through the institutions. And one of the reasons why all the shit appears like in colleges and all the stuff at the top, but like the vast majority of people are just like, this is fucking retarded. What are we doing? That's why. And so you have the game journalists, and you have a lot of the people who run these game companies. They're all fucking like super progressive, woke and shit. And it's like, that's fine if they were just regular normal people who had these beliefs, but they're not regular normal people. They're subverted communists, right? A lot of them, where they believe they have to inject their specific political agenda into every goddamn thing, no matter what it is, and give no room for thoughtful retrospection. And thoughtful retrospection, if you don't know what that means, is where a game will present you with a problem and allow you to solve it. They'll present you with a moral conundrum. Like in Dragon Age, there's racism everywhere. Humans are racist against Kunari, against dwarves, and most especially against the knife ears. That would be elves. And elves are racist against humans for obvious fucking reasons, because, they enslave them. Of course, you could say that one of the main reasons why the elves got enslaved is because they enslaved everybody else first. But we don't need to get into that. And then you have dwarves who are essentially racist against everybody else. Like, there's racism all throughout the game, and you can choose to be not racist. But the world is racist, and you get to choose if you think that's good or bad, or how you want your character to interact with all these racist fucking people in the world. And so you could also be a racist if you want to in the game. But the game gives you the choice. It offers a thoughtful retrospection, because almost all of the people who are like super ultra mega fucking racist in the game, you can have conversations with them about their fucking racism. And potentially maybe even change their minds, or out them as the true hateful just bigots that they are. But at no time does the game preach to you about racism until you get to Dragon Age 4. Yay. We're inclusive. God, dude. Oh, it kills me, man. Fucking kills me. So, yeah, I mean, Alexander's not wrong over the incel part. I would just say that the entirety of the male space people that are trying to be like, look, like this, like we don't want to send them away and not have like relationships and games. It's just that there is this problem, and this like white knighting that just seems to happen, where a woman comes into a space and she's not immediately showered with affection and welcomed, and that's a problem, and therefore we need to change the entire space to accommodate this individual or this small group of individuals. And while that's an extreme exaggeration as to what's going on, that's a lot of how it's perceived, right? And a lot of times that is how it works, where it's like the D&D meme where a player comes in and was like, oh, I don't like this part. Hey, I want to play D&D. That's the first panel. The next part is, hey, I don't like this part. Can we not do this? And then it's basically the next one is, no, this is the game, and if you don't like it, then whatever. And they're like, no, I want to change it. And it's like, okay, fine, we'll change it. And then it's like, and then you keep changing it until you realize it's like you don't like the game anymore. And so and then when you're like, but I don't like the game anymore because you've changed it. And then they say, well, you can leave. This is not your space. This space wasn't made for you. And it's like, but male gamers built this space, right? We did. We absolutely did with our money. I spent like the vast majority of the money that I got before I started like actually working as an adult, a good portion was spent on video games. And I know a lot of dudes that were like that, because back in the day when this was a 99% male only space, men gave their money for product because it was good. And then these companies became the big, amazing companies they are, like Blizzard, for instance, because of people like me. Millions of people like me bought their fucking games because they were awesome, right? Some of them were female who bought those games. Some of them were female who got into those games. But the vast majority of women were not playing video games when I was playing video games. The vast majority of women today, when I play video games, are not playing video games. To be fair, the vast majority of men are not playing them either. But what I mean, the point that I'm trying to make is that when you consider like modern, like PC style gaming, when you're talking about games that are like Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, things like this, these are essentially male games, right? Do females participate? Do females like them? Yes. But pointing out the extreme minority does not disprove the fucking rule, and it never has. And I'm not saying Alexander's doing that. He's not. I've went off on like 5 fucking different tangents at this point. But essentially, I do agree with a good portion of this as to how this is why so many of the incels are screaming about it. True, 100%. It borders on misogyny. Sure. A lot of it. But there's also another team here, right? Versus team who wants games to go back to the escapism and fun that they used to be, because that's when games were awesome, instead of just slop. Because what a lot of the modern political bullshit assholes don't understand is that you could make the reason they call games woke is not because they have black people, it's not because they have fucking gay people or any of that other shit. Mass Effect, you could be gay in that. And guess what? Nobody really gave a fuck. I thought it was weird how much they pushed it in the third one, like openly, but it was just like, whatever. He was just a normal dude who's just part of the team. Like, what the fuck ever. The point is that I keep saying that, don't I? It's just like so what these idiots don't realize is that the reason that people push back against the woke in the games is because it's not about the politics in and of themselves. It's about the fact that they're using their politics in a way that is disingenuous to the medium. As in, you're not giving the player agency, you're telling the player what you want them to think. And if you tell the player what you want them to think, a lot of them are just going to give you 2 middle fingers, even if you have a good message. Because in the message in Mass Effect is diversity is good. That taking disparate people from disparate places to work together for a common goal is how you win. Diversity is our strength. That's one of the main things in fucking Mass Effect. Like, it's literally in how you build your goddamn teams. They're full of different people from different places. All the humans are like different fucking colors. You've got fucking lizards and motherfucking whatever the fuck the Krogan are. You know what I'm saying? And the Taurians are some kind of like a fucking weird carapace looking motherfuckers. Like, we had all of this before woke. We had diversity. We had women. We had all the shit that the diversity people think we didn't. But we did. We had all of it. It was all there. It all existed and nobody gave a fuck. Blade is a primary example. Now, I know that's not a video game. It's a movie. But that movie is like, nobody is Blade but Wesley Snipes. That motherfucker is absolutely amazing. It's like Wesley Snipes is Blade is like a fucking amazing guitar solo. That's what he is. It's like it brings tears to my eyes at how fucking good it is. They changed races to species in D&D, got rid of interracials like half-elves. Curious how the slaver argued that the black man is a different species to white. Well, I mean, I don't recall slavers doing that. It's more of a modern day argument, but sure. But I mean, the problem is that we are all the same species because we can breed with one another, and our children are not infertile. If I have a child with a black person, my child will be fertile. So we are the same species. Differentiation in species is the inability to procreate with another and produce viable, fertile offspring. So this is why horses and donkeys are actually different species, is because yes, they can reproduce with one another because they're close enough, but the culmination of that reproductive process, what we call a jackass, is an infertile being. It cannot reproduce with either of the two or other jackasses, should it be female. Should one jackass be male and one jackass be female, they're essentially infertile. They can't reproduce. And so, yeah, it's like getting rid of species and interracials. I don't. Oh, you mean half-breeds? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, half-breeds. I think that's dumb. I really like half-breeds because they are literally the manifestation of diversity being your strength, because you have like the strengths of both species amalgamized into one. Like you have a half orc, right? Half orc is not nearly as ugly as a regular orc, but is almost just as strong, right? But is as smart as a human. Can be as smart as a human. Whereas most orcs are relatively dumb compared to humans, with a few geniuses that are about average human intelligence, right? Whereas a half orc is more likely to be of average human intelligence than a normal orc. So there's all kinds of things you can do with these, and they just threw it out the window because they wanted to go woke, right? It's because they want to get rid of race and all this other stuff because of the political connotations and all this other stupid shit. When if they really wanted to just change it, all they had to do is, instead of labeling it race, just label it species. That's literally all they had to do. And instead of getting rid of the interracials, because half-breeds are still half-species, right? Like, half-breeds have been a thing in lore since forever. Elrond is a half-elf, right? That's the original Tolkien lore, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, changing into species. I mean, I don't necessarily mind that, because race doesn't mean what it's supposed to, because they are technically different species. But what that does mean is that if you do make them different species, then you obviously have to get rid of interracials, but that's not true because you have magic, right? So it's just like in Star Trek. Are Vulcans and humans different species? Yes. Can they breed? No. But with medical science, yes, they can. So it's dumb to get rid of interracials when you live in a land of magic, when if you have a human and an orc that really love one another, they should be able to have children. And there's no way you can't tell me that Mystera or any of the other gods wouldn't like allow some type of magic to allow this to happen, right? Or that it would just be, or because the world is natural in and of itself, that you would be able to breed with other species, even though technically the species delineation means that you can't. Or they could do what they did with horses. They could manifest it in a way that like horses and donkeys do, where a half orc is infertile or a half elf is infertile, right? Where you're close enough to one another because of how the world was created in magic and all this shit. But if you do have a half breed, they can't breed themselves. They can't breed with humans. They can't breed with their other species or whatever species they happen to be part of, right? So it shows you just how. Because do you believe that this was done for any other reason than political, right? It's hard for me to believe that it was when they explicitly do it for those reasons, right? And it does bother me, because it's like, you don't need to do this because it's a different world. This is like, as funny as dumb as it sounds. The reason that motherfuckers laugh when people like, you can imagine dragons, but you can't imagine black people in your fantasy, and it's like, you're a moron. If you say that, you are not a fan of fantasy. You are not a fan of any of this shit. Because if you were, you would understand that that's not what the argument is. The argument is it's not congruent with the world. So if you want to have black people in this fantasy world, they need to exist somehow. If you just put random black people in a world that's covered in fucking ice, it doesn't matter that it fucking has dragons or not. Humans are human. Fuck. And so if you want black people there, you have to make a reason to why they exist. The reason they exist on our planet is because if the dysphoria from Africa is true, we all originated from Africa, and Africa's conditions create darker skin. When you move up into the northern parts of the world where there's less sunlight, which means you get less vitamin D from the sun, your skin has to change color. Otherwise, you won't be able to get enough vitamin D and you'll fucking die. That's why white people exist. So if you have an ice ball fucking planet, it doesn't make much sense for there to be black people unless literally everybody just arrived there, like in the last like 10 generations, right? So if you want to have a race of black individuals on an ice ball planet, it doesn't matter if they're dragons or not. The dragons exist within the lore because you can fucking make up lore to make them exist, just like you can make up black people, right? You just have to do it right. It's like the elf. It's like the Lotor argument. Excuse me, not Lotor. It's like the Rings of Power argument about the black elf. Oh, you can imagine dragons and you can imagine all this other shit, but you can't imagine a black person. And it's like, bro, there are no black elves. So if you put a black elf in the lore, you have to justify it in some way. You have to make up more lore to why is this dude black when every other elf is white? And they're technically not white because white is a human thing. They're pale. They just, so they look like white people. They just have giant fucking ears. But they're not white because the same reasons that humans are white. They're white because that's the way they were created. Dragons don't equate to the existence of Chicago. Yeah, exactly. Sorry about that. I should have blooped that. Wolf, greetings and salutations, my friend. How you doing, buddy? So it's people not understanding how these fantasy worlds work. The vast majority of people who play fantasy or stuff like that are casual fantasy enjoyers, right? They don't really give a fuck about the deep lore or any of this other stuff. But the main fans who keep these things going, the people who dedicate their lives to interacting with your product, like I did with Star Trek so long ago, will literally just stop if you do shit like this. That's what you got to remember. So if you want to make money, if you don't want to make money and you just want to be put out political bullshit, that's fine. But you're going to tank these amazing companies if you do that. And you'll probably get sued because many of them are publicly traded. And if you don't do things that are in the best interest of the company and you do things that are in the best interest of your politics, well, they'll sue your ass into the ground and take all your shit. So the people who keep the franchises alive are the true fans who care about the lore. And if you shit all over them enough, eventually they'll just stop. I've basically, like, I don't watch anything Star Trek anymore except the old shit. Like even with the new there was the one show Lower Decks. I actually quite liked it. It's Star Trek. It's Star Trek with like Rick and Morty humor, so it's But the thing about it is they had quite a few stories and moments that were like, wow, that was really some Star Trek. That was some good Star Trek storytelling. I like that. That was really good. But it doesn't negate the fact that the entire franchise appears to be run by people who can't tell the difference between reality and fantasy, who have to inject the literal version of modern day politics into the story instead of analyzing the story with modern day politics in mind. See, Star Trek always did that, but it did it within the universe, analyzing modern politics through the universe's lens. What they do today is they take the lens of today and they put that over Star Trek so that it has to look like bullshit from today rather than it being bullshit in their time and stuff like that. This is why you never see hardly any racism in actual Star Trek versus humans. Because none of the humans in Star Trek are fucking racist anymore. Almost all of them are only racist toward aliens. That's it. And why did they do that? Because it was to show that we could move beyond this. But racism is still going to exist, and you're still going to have to fight it, even against people who aren't racist against people of different colors of their own species. Like in one of the season 1 or 2 episodes, like a dude literally makes a derisive comment on Spock because he's fucking Vulcan, and Kirk immediately jumps down his fucking ass. And he doesn't say anything about, oh, you can't be like that and be in Starfleet. No. What he says is he told him, that is your superior officer. You show him proper respect because he is higher in the chain of command. And if you want to be a fucking bigot, you keep it in your fucking room. And it's like, yes, yes, 100%. I keep pressing the wrong button. 100%. Yes, that is what you want. That is the kind of shit you want. And what were they doing? Well, they were commenting on modern day politics, but they did it in the universe, and they did it in a way that obfuscated what we were doing today so you can stay inside the fantasy. Because humans at this time weren't racist toward one another because we'd gotten past all that bullshit. And unfortunately, in modern day Star Trek, it never feels like they do that. It always feels like they're analyzing everything through the lens of today and imprinting that upon the people of the Federation, when the vast majority of them, especially in Starfleet, are supposed to be beyond that. That was the entire point, is you deal with these situations with other species, or you deal with like racism, you deal with it as speciesism instead. Somebody is racist toward a different alien species, not a different type of human, right? That kind of thing. And they can't seem to understand that, and so they fuck it all up. And this is why I don't interact with anything with Star Trek anymore. And I think a real problem with Alexander's really good, really thoughtful, retrospective dude. The Gallant meme that I got, this thing is from him. Definitely good dude. Highly recommend the follow. But I think one of the things he might be missing from this is there's a third faction here that's just like, I want my games to be escapism because I want my male power fantasy. All the other bullshit I don't give a fuck about, right? If you want to put politics in it, I'm cool with that. All the games I've ever played, most of the games you play that I play with RPGs and all, they all have politics. Look at Warhammer 40K. There's politics in it consistently, but it's Warhammer 40K politics, not United States politics from the current year, right? That's the difference. That's the fucking difference. So if you want to put a political message in it, frame it in the way that it is in the universe. But the problem is that the activists don't want you to do that. We saw this with Dragon Age 4, where you had people on Twitter and other places were castigating the people who did Dragon Age 3 when they included a trans individual in Dragon Age 3, but they did it in a way that was consistent with the lore of the game, and they called them fucking cowards for it. Cowards for putting a trans person front and fucking center in the game that you can investigate and interrogate and have an actual meaningful conversation, thoughtful conversation with, and talk to other people about that individual and see how they think about it. That's how you fucking do it. Did I think it was a little bit forced? Yeah, it was, because the trans thing is a bit especially in like a medieval setting, but they made it work. They did their due diligence. They found a way to fucking finger fucking in, and it worked for what it was, and it allowed thoughtful retrospection of what was going on. And they called them cowards for doing it the right way, because they don't want thoughtful retrospection. They don't want an analysis of these ideas. They want their ideas to be preached from the pulpit. And that is the other side of this. There is another team. To be fair, there's also another team that's the people who put all their politics in video games in the wrong way. So that's fair enough. All right, we're going to move on from this, and I think we're going to get a Last Epoch, but I need to take a break because I need to go use the restroom. So I'll be right back. Stand by. We shall be right back after these messages from our street. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel. Threat has been eliminated. Please hit Emily. Please hit Emily. No! I love you, Dragon!
You will be avenged, brother.
You will.
They may live on for now, but their time grows ever shorter.
Well. Here we are, boys. With the guaranteed 3 damage. Cybro coming in for the win. Chosen down.
Your death is here.
Gotta do what I gotta do, man. Can't be bullshitting no more.
For a picnic or what?
Oh shit.
Move on! Safe position taken. Got you in my sights. You like that, huh?
Launch! Talasa! I've lost their box signal. Interference. It could be.
Ooh, just knocked his armor off the frickin' side of the mountain. Or the thing. Oh, wait, hang on.
Listen.
That works. Boom, the double kill. Sure. And a 1, and a 2,
and you're gonna die.
On the attack.
Come on, baby. Oh, it's too good, man. I'm actually kind of scared. Because this is why I saved it. It's like, this is a lot of dudes. This is a lot of dudes. This is a lot.
Moving to cover.
Alrighty, boys, we're back with more right here It's the Tango Hotel. Yes, indeed. Yes, indubitably, my friends. Yes, indubitably. It is time. Time once again. Trying to think about what I was trying to do. So we are now level 50. Boom! Static. I misspelled his name. Can I get a fucking dumbass in chat? We're at level 50. I was burning through this shit like nothing else. So what we did get is we got teleport up, and I'm using it basically as an increase in damage, 50% elemental damage, which is pretty cool in 4 seconds. We've also got the fact that it's a shorter cooldown. Yeah, it has a 20% shorter cooldown. I'm probably gonna get knockback next. I probably won't get this one that's knockback distance, but where you arrive, knockback could be good. So we'll see about that. And one of the reasons I'm doing what I'm doing, they taunt nearby enemies. That's interesting. You have to give it resistances. I wish this was another thing. I might go with where you arrive does a Nova. It's only 807 damage, but that's still a lot of fucking damage. So yeah, if I had actual Nova, I could put it up on the bar and like spec it out and shit, right? And make it just lightning. Right? Elemental Nova hits have a chance to attach a spark charge. Wait. Oh my god. You can spark charge with that shit? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. What? Has a chance to overcharge. Elemental Nova has a chance to be overcharged. Overcharged Nova shock enemies and have a larger area of effect. Oh, this is gonna be juicy, baby. I think I'm gonna get rid of this, because if I can teleport and do a fucking Nova every 4.2 seconds. It only costs 8 mana. And we can max spark charges, so that means it will absolutely attach a spark charge every single time I do it. And as you can see, spark charge, it explodes for 707 area damage. So yeah, it sucks I won't have I don't use it as a damage shield, really. I use it to absorb damage. So this would just mean I'd have to be more tactical about dodging stuff, which is kind of what I want. So overcharge, shock chance, 200, overcharge area. So at max points, it has a 40% chance to be overcharged. It doesn't say you have to cast it yourself. Oh, maybe you don't. Let's keep looking. Let's keep. Excuse me. Hang on one second. I forgot my coffee. Excuse me. Had to go get more, and I left it sitting on a shelf. My bad. So that means a 40% chance every time you cast it, every time it gets cast, excuse me, to basically do an overcharge, which is 200. It gives more area and more shock chance. So, by the way, if you go above 100 shock chance, what that means is it applies more stacks. So if you literally have a 200% chance to shock, when you touch them with something, it will give them 2 stacks of shock. That's what that means, every time you touch them. Overcharged elementals deal more damage, multiplicative, and have an additional chance to stun. Okay, cool. That's spark charges. So we go 1 here. Enables Lightning Nova, which has 1% critical strike chance, and it gives it 7 damage a point. Oh, it's only 1 point. Okay, there you go. So 15 per point. So was that 45% chance on kill at max stacks? Oh, now that's interesting. For 4 seconds, you have... Oh, wow, okay. Ward retention. Interesting. So that increases the area. Critical chance. Elemental Nova becomes a channeled ability, unleashing 5 Novas per second and rapidly draining mana. Smaller area of effect. Jesus Christ. I'm assuming that if you have that, it doesn't do the other thing. Right? I'm assuming... that if you do this, you don't get... Does not work if Elemental Nova has a cooldown. Teleport cast Elemental Nova where you depart. Teleport cast Elemental Nova halfway between your arrival and departure point. Does not work if Elemental Nova has a cooldown. But what if it's channeled? How does that work? How does that work? Elemental Nova deals more elemental damage and a slightly larger area of effects. These effects are doubled when you directly cast. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, so you definitely want to go down this route. So that's 1. And then you got that at 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I would imagine... You definitely want Spark Charge. Probably want at least 3 points in this. Because it is a 40% chance. Yeah, none of this says you have to type it, you have to do it yourself. This one doesn't say you have to do it yourself, right? Spark reduces lightning resistance by 5, increases instances to be stunned by 20%, lasts 4 seconds, stack up 10 times, 60% reduce effect against bosses and players. I mean, overcharge damage is pretty good, dude. So that would be 25. It's 100% extra overcharge damage. And overcharge... So yeah, it would basically... It's 9 points to make overcharge, like, good, really fucking good. I'm thinking about doing this because we can still keep Flame Ward up on the bar. Yep, we sure can. Because it gives you ward. So, yeah, it's a Flame Ward, but it will literally just... its base skill still gives you 400 ward, and you take 30% less damage, and you cause a retaliatory burst of flames. You just don't have to have it spec'd, right? It would be kind of cool if they allowed you, if they gave you more of these, because the max level is 100. For ancillary ones where you could get a couple points in a few of them, that would be pretty cool, man. Because that way I could have Flame Ward off to the side being my ancillary one, and I could get, I might be able to get Lightning Ward. Maybe, right? What would it require? 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Yeah, I think that's fair. And you could do it to where it's not a limit based on, it's a limit based on the spell itself, so that the devs could tune it properly, right? You wouldn't want it to be so overpowered. Because some abilities will be able to do insane things with just a few points, and then everything else is just kind of stat buffs on the side. And some other abilities like require a lot of fucking points in them to like do something cool. Okay, so what else we're gonna do is we're gonna look at Meteor. So fire, you can turn it cold, right? Can you turn Meteor cold? Actually, it doesn't look like it. No, you can't. I know you can make black hole is cold and you can turn it into fire. Right? You cast meteor every second but consumes meteor's mana. Oh, you don't turn it into fire. I like how it's like a little lightning, but you can't actually turn it lightning. Freeze multiplier. Collapse each second while it exists. Dude, it's such a cool spell, too. Aggressively pulls enemies and deals cold damage over time. But it's cold damage. And it costs 32 mana. Jeez. Black hole moves toward nearest enemy. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, here it is. Convert to fire. Yep, you can convert it to fire. If you could convert it to lightning, I might try to like... Because I really like this. I really like abilities like this. They're my favorite to use. But I didn't go cold, so... I went cold on the other guy. He was my runic wizard. I could go respec him and go cold. That would be interesting. Twin Dragons, greetings. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to change Twitch. Whoops-a-doodles. Give me 1 second here. Gotta let everybody know I'm killing shit now. Well, technically. Technically. There we go. Yeah, it really makes me mad because I can't use a spell that looks really fucking cool. In fact, I'm only using Static Orb. I could use Arcane Ascendance. Right? But it's basically a buff. You turn it on and it drains 25 mana each second. Mana drain increases by 1 mana per second. All spells cost plus 5 mana to cost. 100% increased spell damage. 50% increased cast speed. So if I turned this on and just did Lightning Blast, I would gain 100% increased spell damage. 50% increased spell cast. And they cost plus 5 mana to cast. So this would cost 5 mana. Also deals lightning damage over time to surrounding enemies. Yeah, look at this. Arcane Ascendance now has a 2-second cooldown, no longer drains your mana. You can cast 4 spells before Arcane Ascendance automatically ends. Last 12 seconds. You can cast more spells via Acuity, but Arcane has a longer cooldown. Nice. This one? Blow chance, knocked by nearby enemies, mana gained on killing distant enemies, 5 meters away. While Arcane Ascendance is active, you will automatically cast Lightning Blast when you hit an enemy. Lightning Blast uses its skill tree, and you lose mana equal to its cost. 2-second cooldown. That sucks. That it's a 2-second cooldown. So 20% per point, so 60%. So it would get it down to 1.2 second cast. That is very interesting. Spell damage per second, cast speed per second. Whoa. Global mana efficiency. All of your spells cost less mana while it's active, but you cannot regenerate. Mana drain. Get 3 points in that, so it's be 36%. Dude, this shit'll drain like that. Oh my god, it's gonna like if I use this, it will absolutely drain the shit out of my enemies. You mark enemies you hit that are 5 meters away. When you exit, you consume all marks, dealing the wall. What? You mark enemies that are over 5 meters away. Dude, this would be so much overkill for me. Wow. That's insane, dude. It has a cooldown, 5 seconds. Huh. Well, it requires 3 to get this, so 4 just to get this, where it no longer drains your mana. It only lasts 12 seconds. It has a 2-second cooldown. So 2, 4, 6, 8. So we would have an 8-second cooldown if you maxed it out. And it would have 4... So 16 spells. With an 8-second cooldown. And... is there a thing that lowers the cooldown? Cooldown recovery speed. There you go. So you could potentially use it as an absolutely insane buff for just a few spells. So it would cost 1 mana to cast. And for 16 spells that you cast in the next 12 seconds, you would gain 100% spell damage, 50 cast speed. And apparently lightning damage over time around you. I don't know if it would last the full 12 seconds, though. I don't know. And so 15 to 4 is 60. That would be 75% recovery speed. So that would knock the cooldown from 8. Computer, what is 75% of 8? Would that knock it back down to a 2-second cast? So we go spell damage, slow chance, so it's 1, 2. No, you can't. This is, it's just, I don't like the fact that you have to get, like, this is the thing I hate about some of these, is that the node to get it is something that I don't want. It feels like a waste of points. So power sprint. So you put 3 in this. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you need to get to 12 points to be able to get to this point. I don't think it's going to be better than the Nova. I don't think it's going to be better than the Nova. I really, really, really don't think it's going to be better than the Nova. I really think I'm going to get the Nova. Yeah. I'm gonna get the Nova. It's gonna happen. And when I level up again, I'm gonna do it. I'm totally gonna do it, bro. I'm totally gonna do it.
I cannot do that.
So where the fluff were we?
I cannot do
You know
that.
what's irritating? You cannot
I
teleport
cannot
in town.
do that.
Holy shit.
I cannot do that.
Where are we going? Oh. Oh, there we go. Whoops. Whoopsie. Okay, yeah, this is where I stopped. All right. Teleport and drop it right on his face.
Fools. Fools.
Right on his 5 spell damage. Jesus Christ. That's tier 1? Okay, never mind. Just boom! It has such a short range now, too. You done? Yep, he's done. See what I mean about the Elemental Nova? It would be so baller if it did that, right? Because then I would literally could just teleport directly in. And just absolutely obliterate shit. Nuke mage, sheesh, yeah, I know, right? And now that I've got it, now that I'm using different keys, I can actually like do it tactically now, and I'm not just standing there doing this the entire time, trying to weave in a bolt in between all my stupid fucking casts. Yeah, one of the best things about the static orb being so close range now is it's really good when dudes like roll up on me, because I can just boom, just right in their face. And I don't have to make sure it's close to me, because like if they get it in your face and then you like click over here, they could potentially miss, and it might not drag them and all kinds of other dumb shit, right? But now that it's super close range, no matter how far out, like boom, and I've got the lightning ground too, dude. So nice. Got a little bit of lightning damage over time going on here. Feels good, man. Feels good. It's an amulet, so I'm gonna pick it up no matter what. How do I sound? Does the mic close enough? Does it sound good enough? Good when it feels right? Yeah. I mean, it feels good for now. It feels good for now. Actually, hang on one second. Back down here. I had this happen to me earlier when I'm trying to like do shit. People just roll up on me from like halfway across the map. We're gonna despecialize skill, remove skill. We're gonna put elemental nova. We're gonna specialize this bad boy. Lightning. Let's do spark charge, overcharge. We're gonna go. Got 1 point left. Gonna put it on overcharge.
I cannot do that.
Yep. And we still got flame ward up. See, I can still pop it. It's just not gonna be as good. Yeah, that feels pretty nice.
Fools! I cannot do that.
Teleported and pop static at the same time. Oh god. Don't. Where is it? Are these dudes casting like what? Who's casting this shit? Can I pick up the gear? Okay. Plus 5 spell damage. 15 reduced health. Cost of spells. And it's got void damage on it. I mean, sometimes I see items and I'm like, man, wouldn't it be cool if that were just, you know, a little bit different? 3, 4, 7? How big is this? Nah. We'll see how it works. If I have to go back, I have to go back. By the power of scholarly Thor. No.
Your life, but how? And Yulia Lance.
This is why I'm so. This is why I'm like, oh, black hole is can't be lightning. Boo. I mean, I could use it as just a cold spell. That would be very interesting, I guess. In fact, I can. I literally have the goddamn spell. Let's just see if we can weave it in and see if it does any good. Right? And skadoosh. Goodbye. Yep. All right. Okay, that was kind of cool. Yeah, that was interesting. It was a little group of dudes, so let me see what else I can find. Right. All right, that is pretty cool. I might just keep it up for the lulz, right?
I cannot do that.
We might just keep it up for the lulz. Rapping skadoosh? I know, right? Yes. The biggest skadoosh you've ever seen, boys. Oh, by the way, I respect too. I got rid of Arcane Current because it just... I mean, it does some damage, sure. But I put it in Intelligence instead. Because Intelligence, I think it'll give me more DPS overall. And I'm thinking about respecking out of that and putting the 7th point into this. Yeah. And then I went and got mana regen and mana right here. I also got increased spell damage and ward retention. I took the points out of Lost Knowledge because it wasn't giving me as much ward as I thought I needed. But I got back Renomancer or whatever the fuck that is. And then this one, which gives me increased critical strike. The chance to do Spark Nova on critical strike. And Arcane Current gives you Spark Nova. Or excuse me, Arcane Current is you deal more lightning damage to shocked enemies. Not what I got it for. When I hit 4 points, it's going to give me the chance. Static Orb has a chance to inflict Spark Charge on hit. Spark Charge chance on hit with Static Orb, 100%.
Fools. Fools.
Yes, indeed. Another 300% damage reflection. I mean, if you want to have a long range off, I will sit here and blast you with arcane bolts all fucking day, bro. Like, you're gonna regret your life choices, man. You want to just sit in the back and think you can bomb the fuck out of me. I do love doing that because when I drop it, it also drops lightning. So I teleport. Look at that. Just, oh my god, man. Crazy. My build feels even better now. Holy shit. We're just going to keep leveling up Overcharge. That's where we're going with this. Oh, they were already dead. Boo. Probably not going to be very good against bosses, I will say. I'm going to have to... I might get my ass kicked because I don't have the I win button anymore. Oh, this motherfucker thinks he's cool. Being all tough and shit. Alright, we got the ding. The ring of ding. 100% chance with static orb, baby. Oh my god. So if you don't know what spark chance is, or spark charge. What is it? Spark charge. It doesn't show it here. Does it show it on my... Spark charge. Spark charge explodes after 1 second, dealing lightning damage to nearby enemies. Spark charge automatically detonates when the enemy they are attached to dies. Okay? So it lasts for 0.7 seconds, and then it explodes. If they die while they have it on, it explodes. I'm having it do more damage, and if lightning blast hits an enemy already affected by spark charge, the spark charge explodes, dealing lightning damage to everyone. So yeah. Yeah. Yep. It's pretty cool. I wonder what would happen if I turned it into the channeled one. I'm probably gonna go to area and probably crit. So instant minefield, yeah, it's well, it's not instant minefield, it puts a buff on them called spark charge. And when the buff expires, spark charge goes off and it's a small area of effect lightning explosion. And so this ability does spark charge. I have a 30% chance to put the spark charge on them when I hit them with this. Crits. I think is it regular hits or crits? It's regular hits. Yeah, hits have a chance to apply spark charge. Then my crits have a chance to do Spark Nova, which is similar to Spark Charge, but different. It does the same exact thing, it's just a different spell. That's all it is. It deals lightning damage, so striking to me, you have a chance to cast Spark Nova. So instead of it lasting 0.7 seconds, it's just instantly cast it on them, and it's a small area of effect damage ability. When I crit, I have 8% chance when I crit to cast that. Maximum, it's going to be 40%. It's going to be good. And this one is Spark Charge, but now Static Orb does the Spark Charge. Yep. Yep. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I'm kind of blown away. Not gonna lie. Okay, so it doesn't pull them from that far away. Look at that, dude. That's just Lightning Blast, man. Spell crit, double if you have over... Okay, god damn. That's a lot of spell crit, bro. I need to look at that. Hang on a second. 3... It's tier 3, 42% spell crit. That means it would be 84% over 300 mana. Wow. Wow. That's... That's a paddling. No, we didn't get it. No. Fuck you, game. God damn it. Game. Asshole. Alright, let's go. Like, it does amaze me. The thing about it is, though, is that it's not going to be like this when I get to the end game. They're actually going to have a lot more HP, and I'm going to have a lot harder time whooping that ass. Well, you know what it does do? It pulls the bosses, or the big mobs. That's interesting. Cast it from where you depart. Does take a lot of mana, though. Yeah, it does take a lot of mana. Luckily, I'm up in that regen. So, what else are we doing? That might be the main reason why we don't use. Do I get the damage, or do I just continue? No, we keep doing it. 16, that's a good one. 4, it's intelligence. Also traded out my haste boots, just because the only thing they really gave me was haste. Yep. Obliteration. They dead? Good. Alright. Look at my loot. 29 spell damage. That's what I got on. Okay, 20 spell damage. Speed and distance with Flame Rush. Lovely. Two-handed spear. 1,200 gold. Plus 3 lightning damage. Ooh. Spell lightning damage. It's a frost orb, so I'm going to check.
I cannot do that.
Finally.
Okay. It only sells for 4, but I wanna shatter this. Fuck. We didn't get it. Well, that was a waste of 2,000 gold. Ooh, boss. Damn, he died before I even threw out the thing. Holy shit. That's crazy.
All
I
that's
definitely
left
need more
is
mana.
Locating the lance.
There's like no way around that. It frickin' works, doesn't it?
Shall be yours as well.
Wow. Yeah, he's dying.
Freedom.
Yep. Yep.
Finally.
I think he's dead, chat. 7 intellect. Only sells for 3. 17. Nice. And 34. Excellent. Excellent. Good money there. Good money. Give me your spear, bitch. It's mine now. You hear me, boy? You hear me? It's mine. Mine, I say. Mine. You can't have it.
We
up,
have
bro?
the lance.
We
Would
do.
you come with me, but why?
Sure.
Let's
roll.
Give you one back.
Uh-huh.
Tell me
Yep.
more of this.
Yep. All right.
The lance was found, and a bond was formed.
Sure was. Yep. What a great story. Okay.
Yes?
How much money do I have? 54. Okay, so we can sell this. Okay. The neck, it can go up to 35. But it has healing effectiveness on it. So we could try to roll something out of that. We could, potentially. I might give it a go. Yeah, the game story's so good. I mean, to be fair, the game story is relatively decent. I've seen it and I'm just not interested. Whoa. Fire damage. 85 spell damage. Okay, that's a tier 3 with a tier 2 cast speed and a tier 2 shock. Yeah, we're absolutely taking that. Yeah, look at this. I think I found this. I can't remember if I found this on stream or not. 20 spell damage it had equivalent crit and equivalent. It has no spell damage on it as far as percentages goes, and it's just spell crit, and it was equivalent to the wand I was already using, but it had like 6 more actual flat spell damage, and it increased my DPS by over 1,000 with the static orb. Like, it was ridiculous. So I'm just like, okay then, I guess that's what we're using. It's got ward retention on it, so that's pretty good too. That's spell damage, man. That's spell damage. Such a shitty weapon too. Yeah, I need to find another ring to replace this. I really do. I could upgrade it, I guess. I probably should, to be quite honest. I want one that either gives more crits. 36 is max, right? No, 50 is max. It's gonna take me a while to replace this one. The 32 spell damage, 6 intelligence, and that 45% elemental damage, that's gonna be a ring I'm gonna be using, bro. I got lucky with that one. Super duper lucky, man. Fire aura. Okay. So let's grab. There goes all my money. I mean, what the hell else am I gonna spend it on, right? 55 is tier 1. I've just never seen a two-hand weapon that could compare, in my opinion, to the kind of stats you can roll on 2 different weapons. It's always felt like it's been very lackluster in that regard. The two-handers. And we got all of them. Look at that. Damage, shard, cast speed, shock, chill. Hell yeah, dude. All right, let's see what we can do with this bad boy. Can we roll something else? Nano regen. All right, it has lightning damage and spell crit and ward retention. And it's got tier 3 ward retention on it. Suffixes. I have 3 on me. So is it worth? Got 32 mana regen. It's not bad. Right? I'd lose 3 spell damage and 32 lightning damage. Especially if I went crit on this, right? Got 11 crit. The 21 potential. How many of these do I have? I only have 10 of these. What else could I put on here that would be worth it? Elemental damage, lightning. I got 14 lightning damage. So I could go lightning. It's a tier 3 lightning damage itself. So I'm kind of like, it's just the problem is it's not good enough. Yeah. If it had rolled, if this had rolled like crit already, then I'd be like, ooh, it'd be really hard for me. But now I have to deal with mana regen and something else, and I don't really want mana regen on something that I'm not. Because like if this had 50 crit, I would be like, yeah, mana regen, that's okay. We'd end up with the same amount of critical strike, but I would also get mana regen, and then other things, right? So I don't know, man. I'm not. I'm not sure. Basically the point is, do I waste my resources? And I think the answer is no.
I cannot do that.
So I did a single roll, and it didn't work the way I wanted.
Yes.
Didn't give me something good, so we're just gonna. That's the way PoE is, man.
I see.
Where I'm gonna look at this item. I get a shitty roll.
I know
All right, well,
things are
move
great.
on.
Of course. All that is left is to take the lance and bless it.
2 extra idle slots. Nice. That is nice. See what we got. Most of my idols are shit, so I could get a twofer, but none of my twofers are really that good. 37% of damage reflected while you have lightning aegis. That's probably pretty good. It gives me melee cold damage though. Cold damage. Kill with fire skills. Ugh. Melee lightning damage. Lovely. Spell damage leech while channeling. See, none of them are really that great for what we're going for. Yeah, not really. What do we got here? Melee cold damage. Frost. Yeah, it's just 8 health on kill, I guess. I don't know. Stun duration, physical resistance is kind of good. Health regen might be a good one. Damage over time, because I do have damage over time now with the lightning. None of mine are good either. I'm using all the small ones for the. Yeah, I really wish there was a. I know you can do other things with them in this update, like craft them and shit. Stun avoidance, health, probably gonna be. Yeah. It does 4 lightning spell damage. But I'm not going to be able to use it unless I give up one of these. 8 ward per second. 8% mana gained as ward. Because it's 4 stacked. So 27 mana. That would put me right at 300 if if I gave up this. 300 mana. And then losing... do that. So 9,000, 8,400, 9,300. Definitely more damage, but I mean, 16 ward a second gives me a lot of ward, right? Yeah, I think we're just gonna keep it as is. Once I get some of these unlocked, we might shift that. Because I definitely want to use this, but like like it only fits right here, right? It doesn't fit here. It would be nice if you could. I know you can craft them now, but it would just be nice if I had access to be able to do that. Which I don't even know when you're able to craft them. I think it's like last game. Roger that, my dude. Roger that. Thanks for being here, buddy.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna keep Black Hole. It seems like a cool enough ability, but yeah. I don't know. The double cast. So good. Fools. Whoa. What? Wait, for real? What? What? The fuck? Holy shit. That's really cool. +1 to all minion skills. Wow. That's something else, dude. +8 minion damage, +8 minion melee damage, or excuse me, it's +8 minion melee, +10 spell, minion movement speed, and resistances. Dude, I wish I had found that when I was playing my minion bitch. Oh my god. What level do you have to be to use this? Level 9. Bruh. Bruh. What is this? Throw hammers? No. I don't need to throw no damn hammer. I don't know what you're talking about. Ah, damn it. My son is awake.
I cannot do that.
I have to go take care of him. So that's what I'm going to do. He's sitting by the door waiting on his dad. I need to go make sure that my son is taken care of. So I will be right back, my dudes. Right after these messages from a break screen. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Bro, if you really want that item, I will give it to you. I don't really plan on making a necro bitch again, so if you actually want it, you can fucking have it. Just FYI. But I gotta be back, so stand by to stand by. We shall return. Can you believe that?
on, team. They're headed our way. Safe position taken.
Die, Xenos!
Are you sure this wasn't?
There we go. There we go. There we go. Mmm, juicy rockets. Look at that, 1.92, 201. Oh, come on, man. Come on, I gotta take this. There's no way I can't take that. There's no way I can't take that. There's no freaking way I can't take that. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Triple kill.
This is what I do.
And the guy with the loot is still alive. Well done, boy. Come on, Tango, you got this. Come on, all I gotta do is get stunned. Oh, let's go, bitches. There it is, baby, yeah! Why you drop garbage, dude? Oh, look, another helm with a...
None can stand before the righteous.
Die, scum! Yeah.
Die, scum!
Wavelength, baby. We got that wavelength going on. Ooh. Get wrecked. Damn, look at that. I can, man, I kind of feel bad. I kind of feel bad, but you know what? I don't feel bad when I get to cleanse and purge.
Some Xenos.
Doc! Doc, What? Whoa! That caught me off guard.
Ammo!
Got ammo here. Fat amounts of plastic-steel, baby. Remember, I got an ammo crate, so if we're running real low, boys, I got a backup. I'm telling you, man, the gangster lean is something else, dude. So it's like, oh, the sliding headshot. boys. Well, hey, I just want to give you guys a heads up. I need to go do some other things and take the dog out and stuff because everybody just got up, so it's going to be just a few more minutes just to let you know what's going on, and I'm not just going to disappear for a good long while without letting you know. So I'll be right back. Stand by. Please don't call the cops on me. Please don't call the cops on me. I'm so very sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't care. I don't care that there's a crime going on. Get out of my way. I gotcha. The Shoggoth Division. It's GG. GG. Division. I can spell. I don't know how to spell. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it there, Chief. Okay, so yeah. Save name. Bada bang. Division. It's totally Division. You can also build another thingamabob as well. Scrapper. What I mean by thingamabob. What is a thingamabob? Well, you see, boys, when a man and a woman love one another very, very much, they do this thing called thingamabob. Woo-wee, baby. That's a double kill. Juicy. Juicy, juicy. Most of the time, it's only 5 crates anyway. Sometimes it's 4, and sometimes it's 6. So, not much I can do about that.
I'm going
that, my
home
friend,
for now.
is a victory. Wait. Wait.
Is secure. All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Victory. Or more to the point. More to the point.
A flawless victory.
We are highly trained veterans, and you're just a settler with a toy blaster. We're taking the Jedi to Nar Shaddaa, and that is the end of that. I'm gonna say this nice and simple for your little calf-hurting head. Unless you want to wind up dead, leave now.
I don't want to fight, but I can't let you take Vrook to Nar Shaddaa.
I warned you, but I'm glad you didn't listen. Attack, men.
She's glad? Why? That's so mean. So mean. So mean.
I mean, we probably should get everybody moving and just move them all. It sucks, but we can easily get back up here if we come out the front door. We're just gonna drop on down. How many times have I been here? Like 3 or 4 times already? Trying to hunt down Xenos scum. Hey, it's a slime. Oh my god, the slime dragon and I are at the same level. Woo! It would be really nice if I could lock onto this dude and they're a lot further away. And that, my friends, is successful butthole penetration. He's back!
Throwing stun.
time! Yes! Dude.
I have no potions.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Oh my god. Uh-oh, that's gonna be a rocket. That's definitely gonna be a rocket. Spit.
Exterior plate holding.
No! Oh, thank God.
I should probably move or fight or something. This plating is
dude, really?
Stout.
No, don't do that. Oh no, dude.
Getting weaker by the moment.
It shredded his armor. No!
I suppose this body is disposable.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
Safe position taken.
So, Richard, what's up, Dick? Oh boy, is that something I can do? Oh, never mind.
Light of the Emperor!
Don't hit Astro Boy.
Avenge me!
Shit. Where's his body at? It's right there. No! No, Astro Boy. I'm such a dumbass. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Oh,
Mission
my gunner.
Firebrand, VIP is secure.
I love setting people on fire. aerodynamics of the plane and the drag of the air allow it to use the air as a liquid to fly. So. Oh! Steak. Steak. Eats a big steak. I have no idea where this dude's lady is. No idea. I don't even know what his name is. Let's talk to this lady, shall we?
I am pleased. Would you like me?
Yes.
Now, come close.
Okay. Fully armored and ready to get it. Damn, son. Get wrecked. My dudes, my bros, my home slizzle nizzles. We're back. We're back. Okay. Everything was taken care of, except I didn't lock my door. One second. There we go. There we go. It is the thing. The thing. All right. So, where
I
were we?
cannot do that.
What were we doing? We were killing shit, right? Oh, you're not a necro. You're a forge guard. Roger that. I will probably be giving that to myself. I probably won't make another character. Oh shit! Look at that dude. Rose, look. It's a thingamajigger. It's a thingamajigger. Nope. Sit down. What we got? 5 guards.
Freedom at last.
Double hit, dude. Ugh. Nope.
I cannot do that.
That's a bitch. Boom. 1,200. 11% also applies to damage over time. Get away from me. Back. And it only sells for 4. Damn it, son. Like, I've yet to get a good one this run, man. Like, not a single one. Yeah, I don't know. I think Black Hole is probably not going to be. I think I need to put back on the Flame Ward. I think I do. It's fun, but all the little shit that I could use it for feels like it dies instantly anyway, right? And on the big dudes, it doesn't put out like an actual amount of DPS. A good amount of DPS to feel like it make it worth it. Just having it on the bar like unused. But that doesn't seem like a good one either, does it? You know what I mean? I'm already doing this bullshit. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll keep going.
You have returned.
We'll keep giving it a go. Good at, you know, I might eventually run into a big ass pack where it might be useful.
Even the gods cannot.
We have heroes. We'll trap from what, but we should get to the
There we go.
coast.
Do
There's a
not
settlement
let it
south.
find you.
All right, where we going?
It has underground rivers that might take us there.
For real? You want me to go back to town? Okay. All right. Because I'm gonna assume that we need to go here. Might as well go ahead and toss this bad boy in. Yep. So fire damage and necro skills. It's gonna be a hell of a combo, man. It's gonna be a hell of a combo. Especially with Terrify, dude. That's gonna be crazy, man. Didn't the other one have minion damage on it? I think the other one did have minion damage
Yes. I see.
Can't remember. I want to buy them all, but I really don't have the money. Not really. But that's why you can't use teleport, is because you can stack damage stuff on it. How much does it cost? It costs 8 mana to cast. 8 mana. There's nothing that lowers the cost. Mana cost, there it is. But you have to turn it into Ice Nova. Spend 3 points. And then spend 3 more points to get it. So you have to, you'd have to enable Ice Nova as well, which means it'll be lightning and ice. It's kind of weird. And then you can get mana reduction. -3 per point. So that lowers the cost to 0 at what? So it's just, if it's -3 per point and it only costs 8, that's interesting. More damage against shocked enemies. So that increases the cost right there. Deals more damage. 18% per point. Huh. Huh. This completely feels like it reorients what's going on here. Right? Because we could literally make it cost nothing. We have to enable Ice Nova, though, which I don't really give a fuck about. We have to spend 1 here, 2 there, and then 3 there, 4 there. So 1, 2, 3, 7 points to get to that point. So if I only used 6 points here and I didn't do overcharge, that's 5 points, so I'd have a couple points in this. That means it'd be almost 0 already. Right? We're gonna do it. This is the time to experiment, right? This is it. So respin 2 points. Stop. Bam. 1, 2. That's the 2 points. So 1 there, and then we can start lowering the mana cost. And then once we lower the mana cost, we can increase the mana cost with more damage. So it does more damage overall. Yeah. So this gives it 20%. It has spark charge chance of 100, and it deals more damage. Yeah. And then we can increase the damage here per point too. So we're at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So at 18, I'll have this maxed. Hits gain with ward. Whoa, that actually might be cool too. The freezing cascade. We got it in that. We might as well get it in that, right? He has a creates a cascade of freezing novas whenever an enemy is hit by a nova. Another one is created around them. Each ice nova has a because I don't need to max my freeze rate and shit to get that, right? Because we're at 18. So 19. Boom. Because it wouldn't be worth investing in this for it to have like a 14% chance to gain, or excuse me, a 7% chance to gain 40 ward. Yeah, that's not cool. So we go 19 there, and I don't know where else we'd go. Maybe to Elemental Tranquility. We could do Arcane. We could do this one. Hell, I'll probably just do the area, man. Yeah, probably just do area. Make it bigger. Yeah, just put one in it. That sounds like a plan. Let's go. So I can make it damn near free. I can make it free and then increase the cost. Right? Let's see. Let's actually see how it does against the enemy. Pretty good. So have an equal chance to be cast. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. Equal chance. Interesting. What's this? 4? Yeah, that's fine. So let's put black hole back up. So it means it won't just be lightning. But it also won't just be like trying to get a 40% chance to cast. Like spending 12 points on a 40% chance to cast just doesn't feel very good. You know what I mean? Motherfucker. But losing damage because I'm casting a cold spell kind of feels really meh, you know. Super ultra meh. So you got +3 to Runic Invocation. Lovely. Mana spent is ward, mana regen, 8 intelligence. It's got elemental and mana on it. I would lose a lot of crit. This might be worth it. It's got look at the 25% of mana gained as ward. It's almost maxed with 15 max mana regen. That's pretty crazy, dude. I could lose a little crit for this, maybe. Depending on how it gets empowered. I could do that. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Elemental Nova. Okay. I wanted to make sure it wasn't just the Frost version. So it'll all cost 0 mana to cast. 48 gold for that bad boy. Get wrecked, motherfucker! Let's go! I did that a little late. 5 is fine. I really hate that. I really, really hate that stat. Ward on potion use. Oh, I can force. Okay. Okay, that's why it works. Okay, so you can force it to just give you more ward. All right, that's fair. I didn't take that into account. It's going to feel real different when I actually have to use health pots. Come on, boys. Yep. But you won't, son. Just annihilated, man. Annihilated. And that, look at that. I did 3 of them in one cast. Well, here's a question. How much mana does this cast? 13. 27. Did I make an error? I must have made an error here. Right? It requires you to use mana to cast that. So if I was out of mana, right? Every time I cast this, so it takes... Is my mana regen so good that I can't tell the difference? It went down into the low teens. Where did it go? Let me... 327. Oh, it's not gonna tell me. Okay, lovely. So, it doesn't look like it's casting it. Right. So to cast this, it goes down to 19. Right. 13 would be. So 10 is 17. So 14. It's not It does not appear to be using the mana from Elemental Nova. So if that's the case, let's see if this will work. So what it just told me is that it's not using mana. So we're going to see if it does. So now it's 10 mana. That still looks like it only costs the amount that this costs. If it does more damage, the problem is I'm what's my, so I have 40% spell crit, but look at my lightning damage, 280, right? Cold damage is 150, spell damage is 147. So I'm losing 130 damage when it casts cold. Yeah. That's interesting. 130% damage when it casts cold. It is giving me a bonus 7% damage, though, for Ice Nova. See, it says Elemental Nova. So all Elemental Novas do more damage and cost more mana. Pin. Ignite. Elemental Nova has significantly larger area effect when direct cast and ignites by Elemental Nova increased duration. Elemental Nova is a 4-6. Okay, no. That won't work. Interesting. At target location. So yeah, going down the fire route doesn't do shit. That's fine. That's on kill, which is why I didn't want to. We could just do. I mean, I could go back here and instead of doing overcharge, we go pure area and crit. Right? So. I mean, it's not that much less damage, right? It's going to be less overall damage. But with this increase, it's going to be 18%. So at max, it'll be 70. It'll be a 90%. So it'll give me almost all the damage back on lightning, but it'll also be on the cold. And then I'll get Elemental Nova cast Freezing Cascade on hit. It doesn't say Ice Nova. It says Freezing Cascade. It has a 3-second cooldown. So I think we're gonna give it a go. If I don't like it, I'll just go pure crit.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, we'll just go pure crit if I don't like it. I don't see myself casting it myself. I just don't. Because I've got my main 2 spells already.
I cannot.
We have
right
a
with my
problem.
backup here on
Reaching
static.
Thetum, it is too. Are you in? You did well with then.
I mean, it could be that
Pier.
we could get rid of
If you
static.
think you
We
stand a
don't
chance,
necessarily
show
need it.
no
It's just a really
mercy.
cool ability that allows me to cast more lightning blasts, which is cool. And we're going like damage. So something interesting about this is that we could bring back the Flame Ward and use Black Hole as an actual spell. Shorter cooldown, costs less mana, but pulls enemies less distance toward. I don't like that. Full strength, full area, both of those are good. Moves toward the nearest enemy. That sounds really good. Damage to rares and bosses. Prioritizes rares and bosses. What does that mean? It also prioritizes moving towards them. Ooh. Spell physical damage. Interesting. Significantly more damage, multiplicative with other multipliers. So if you just want it as like a crowd control thing, You could make that pull strength per point, pull area. That's fucking 9 points right there just to make it pull. Right? Pushes all enemies back. No, I don't give a fuck about that. Creates meteors. Deals significantly more damage, but only one black hole can be created at a time. Scattered. Wow. A second black hole is created 10 meters away in a random direction. It has a longer cooldown. Lasts longer. So you need 2 points in this to be able to create 2 of them. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. So you need 5 points for this. And then, so that would create 2. And then 5. That's 10 for, if you want to do this full one, that's 10, 11, 12, 13. Right? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This could be kind of wicked, I'm not going to lie. 2 black holes 10 meters away from 10 meters in front of the first one. And they seek out enemies and pull them in. That sounds ridiculous. I'm not going to lie, dude. That absolutely sounds ridiculous. So which direction am I going to go first? Am I going to go for pull or am I going to go for 2? Let's go for 2. This could be fun. And then next we can have it move near enemies. This is going to be fucking hilarious, dude.
I cannot do that.
All right, let's go. Because the whole I need tons of lightning blasts is not really a thing, you know what I mean? So we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun. So it's now a 20-second cooldown. 20-second cooldown.
Hello. Goodbye.
Oh, I'm dumb. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Pardon me, good sir. Could you help me with my stupidity problem? I was like, oh, I could just go down here, and I was like, wait. The map doesn't extend. Nope, and I did it again, too. Man. Getting to be a little embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to create such so you have to walk so much in town. And you know that because in the end game you don't have to walk that far at all ever. Free. They're not trying to create an open world game. Yeah, I can't wait to freaking whip this bad boy out. We're gonna save it for an actual like good boy. Oh my god. You hear the music? Oh. Yeah, we're turning up the music. I don't know how well you guys can hear it, but it sounded awesome. That looks crazy, dude. 33 necrotic resistance. Man. You gotta be bullshitting yourself, son.
I cannot do that.
Word. Alright. Pew. Look at it, dude. Oh my god. That's insane. Why you do this? All right, what are we looking at? It looked like it still went down to 314 to me. Yeah, it did. It fucking did. Oh, dude, I didn't even think about that. The black hole, like, sucks them onto the, it sucks them onto the lightning ground. Oh, bro, that's sexy. Oh, my God. I didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about it. It did not even occur to me. Fools. So yeah, we don't have the constant lightning blasts that are coming out for me because I'm generating spark charges and I don't have a cooldown where I can just execute. But I'm okay with that. I kind of like it. I'm using it as a utility spell, black hole. We're gonna see how well it works later in the game. And yeah, we're still using flame ward as well. We're just not specialized into it, which is fine because it's there to keep me alive, not. Seek nearby enemies. Yep. And then we need 1 point in projectile speed. And then we get supermassive. Per point, by the way. Per point. 25 per point. But 1 point just to do 25 damage and prioritize bosses sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, that was kind of baller. I got hit by something really fucking hard, too. Took a chunk out of my ward. Yes. More! Give me more! Destruction! I really thought that was a group of dudes right there. Yeah, well, I mean, there kind of were. That's a ding. That's a ding. Ring. Okay, we got the spark charge. Spark Nova, let's go. What's it called? Lightning Nova? What the fuck was it called? Distant Spark. Chance to cast Spark Nova when you critically strike an enemy from at least 4 meters away. Alright, fair enough. Honestly, I might get rid of that. Because while I do cast at a distance, I'm not sure if it's that great considering... Well, 4 meters, right? That's 4 meters, so sure. That's fair. That's fair. It's not that big of a distance. Right? Look at it, dude. That's so fucking awesome. Yes! Come at me, bro. There it is. Okay, 54 damage. Plus 6 mana cost. So mana cost is now 14. It still looks like it only costs like it's not taking the mana. I thought it would. It's not. So that just means we get a free damage boost. Like a fat one too. Let me make sure I read this correctly. Elemental Nova deals more damage. All types, applies to all types. Okay, so It doesn't say you cast directly, so it should be. It should work that way. And I cast 3 of them when I teleport. Look at that. And then every 3 seconds, I'm going to be able to cast a cascading nova on my next level up. Yeah, that fucking killed him. It ignited him and killed him. Oh my goodness. That's pretty baller, man. I gotta admit, I am impressed with that. I really thought it was going to take the mana cost, but I guess some abilities take the mana cost and others don't. Right? I guess it has to specify that it's going to. Delicious.
I cannot do that.
Can I
Alright, what up?
help you?
Oh, nice. Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro.
Don't.
All right, where are we going? Down here? Lovely. Yeah, we're fine. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Oh, no. Bugs the hell out of me. I got a freaking hangnail. Every time it touches something that's made of fabric, it like catches. Nailed on a fucking chalkboard. Okay, now before we go anywhere, did I want to do anything about this? Critically hit an enemy from at least 4 meters away. Honestly, just getting more crit might be better. Right? Or more spell damage. And, you know, doubling that when I cast static orb. Black hole doesn't cost that, right? Costs 32 mana, so that's not accurate. And none of the shit I'm doing increases the mana cost. %30 chance to recast. Damage. Yeah, no. It might have it somewhere. I just don't care enough to find. It's not on my list of tracking. So I guess we're done with that. Yeah, I might end up redoing this again and not getting distant spark because I'm getting basically in almost all of these fights I'm getting in their face. But again, 4 meters isn't actually that far away, so if I don't teleport directly on top of them like this, then I should be good. But that dude in the back, I definitely could have cast it on him because he was more than 4 meters away, right? So, all right. Oh shit! You know what I mean? Sneaky little bastard. We're just doing a little bit of gathering up here. No big deal. No big deal, bros. No big deal. It's all good in the hood, man. It's all good in the hood. All good in the hood. Like it is kind of nasty. It is absolutely nasty. Okay, we got that maxed. Where are we going next with teleport? I don't really want to go duplicates. Ward on cast, I mean, that's not very much. Per point of intelligence. Ward retention. Casting teleport converts it into twice as much ward. So I need to put 3 points in this, and then I can devote 3 points to this to go 12% of my HP is converted to 12% times 2 converted into ward. Wait, what? Twice as much ward. 3% per point. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Global cooldown speed. Mana efficiency. I mean, damn, that sucks. It's only a 5% buff, and you have to get 2 points in this and 3 points in mana efficiency. What the fuck, man? I wonder if the mirror images are worth it. It requires 4 points in this, so not really feeling that. Do we go knockback on arrival? Fuck it, let's go knockback on arrival. We ball, boys. We ball. Let's ball. I mean, they die anyway, so right. Anybody that doesn't gets the pokey stick. Just waiting. Did he just ding? Or did he do like a spell? Probably a spell. There they are. Phew. Phew. Yeah, I think we're gonna keep it. I think I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, I think we're gonna stay the course on that on my passives. Because 4 meters is a really close range, relatively speaking. Right? So that would have definitely created it if I'd have critted. If I had crit. For some reason I couldn't target his ass. Really weird. Yeah, so now it's teleport, boom, and then lightning. I haven't seen anything big enough to warrant a frickin' black hole yet. Fuck it. I thought some would come from the other side, but they did not. Look, dude, that is so cool, man. Oh, that is so cool. That they float through one another. Yeah. I guess we're going damage. It's either damage or I could do more static armor, increase the duration. We could do projectile. Oh, wow, that's... See, it says it ramps up with distance, right? So... Well, let me think. If I want to do damage, right? Damage per 25 mana. So 2% per 25 mana. I have 327 mana. So that means that 327 by 25. I have 13.08 25s. So we multiply that times 0.02. No, that's not right. So, for every 25 mana... No, that's right. So, I'll get 13 of those. So, it's 13 times 2. 26%. It's 26% damage with 2 points. So, if I add another point, instead of being times 2, it's going to be times 3. So, it's going to go to 39. That's going to give me a... If we do it times 2, it's 26, right? Then we go... Okay. I guess not. So it's basically 13-point difference. But if I do this, I get 30%. Per point, but it says damage ramp. I don't I don't understand. Does that actually mean it has to go further? Because it doesn't say that. It just says damage ramp, but there's no explanation. I'm not sure if I grab this, if it's immediately going to give me 30% damage. Or if it's literally, it literally has to travel its full length across the screen to get the full damage bonus. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't. We could just get damage here and projectile speed. Or, let's see, 2 more points. So that's 16, 17, and then 18. I can start getting these. I don't really know how much damage they do. The tendrils are probably, might be a good place to go to. I want to do this for the extra damage and to make it cost more mana, because I think the more mana I spend, the more ward I get, kind of deal, and the more mana that's returned from this. So it ends up evening out, essentially. I end up spending more mana in total, but it's a fraction of... you know what is would probably be a good idea? There is a... How do you spell it? Vol. Let's see if the wiki has anything to say about it. Let's see. Volatile Outburst is only supposed to calculate damage based on maximum distance traveled outward. So... Okay. So that answers my question directly. Excellent. That looked like it was a dev too. Wunderbar. 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 There you go. Okay, so that means no on that. So now I choose between the damage increase with a mana increase, or I go for projectile speed damage so I can get this eventually. All right, so 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I'd be able to get 2 points in this. Let's do tendrils. I want to do tendrils. Yep. Because it gives it more AoE, right? At least it's supposed to. Oh god, I got another one. Shit. Oh, nice. Freezing Cascade. Yep. Freezing Cascade. And I guess now we're going to go for area and then crit. Yeah, see? Yeah. So what happens if there's not enough enemies to be hit by tendrils? That might have been the wrong thing, but, you know, we're just going to roll with it.
I cannot do that.
Damn, dude, that was crazy. Annihilation is what that was. Absolute annihilation. And the really cool thing about it is that for the lightning, for this, any of the enemies that come in, it clumps them all together, and so it just bounces between all of them. That's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy that it works like that. Alright, bam. We got the boss seeker now. Get wrecked, motherfucker!
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
They going? They're going. I can be range support. Absolutely. Yeah, you boys get at it. I'm gonna go over here and explore. Okay, I'll be with you in spirit. I'll be with you in spirit. All right. Oops. Well, that was not worth a damn. For nothing. Nothing. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. I'm not seeing any benefit. I thought there would just be more of them, and it looks like about the same amount. Especially with how aggressive I am with it. It'll be fine. We'll get it back soon enough. Double stacking, dude. Look at that, dude. That's crazy. Like, the damage is out of control, man. Absolutely out of control. We're absolutely gonna do more spark charge now. Well, here's the thing, right? This only applies to spark charges. I do it when I do myself, so it doesn't apply to spark charges with static orb. So is the increased damage worth it with only a 30% chance, especially when I'm not casting it, you know, consistently all the time, right? But then the same problem comes from using this one because it gives you additional chains. But it increases the maximum number you can get up to. But you still have to cast beforehand. So you still have to do... It's still the same issue, right? You have to cast so much to get the... Lightning Blast hits grants you ward. You can do up to 6. Cast speed, blind chance. What is this? Allies, range. Chance to create a Spark Nova around the first enemy hit. Spark Nova, what the fuck? Wait, for real? So it's 2 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that's hilarious. Yeah. On the first enemy hit, 25% chance. Huh. But that's a lot of points just for that. Blind chance. More cast speed. More chains. I mean, it's not bad. And you could definitely get both, but I really don't want to give up. We could give up Lightning Aegis. I get it on Static Orb. Yeah. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3 points right there. We could give up Final Spark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still not enough. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'd have to give up Overcharge. Get it. Yeah, that's just no. That ain't. I don't see that as being worth it, especially when it's just the first enemy. Right? Yeah. So. There's not really any place else I want to go. I mean, we could raise the base crit chance and give it more damage, up to 15% more damage. I'm not gonna lie, I'd love to go back down this route again. But if it costs money, excuse me, if it costs mana, my build will completely fall apart. I'll just run out of mana all the time. Yeah. So I guess. I mean, we could do the bonus damage. We'll just do spark damage. Fuck it. Now, what do I keep saying? We got a ball. We got a ball. Let's go. What's that? 31 crit. On hit. That chain between enemies. Enemy is hit by a Nova, another one is created. Instantly deleted him. Instantly deleted him. With the black hole, man. It's too powerful. It's so much power. So much power. Ugh, dude. An entire group of magic. Didn't even need to teleport on top of it. Like, is it just because my gear is like hyper focused that I've built it correctly that I'm just doing so much more damage than the devs would practically demand of you? Look at that. Mana regen and void damage. It has, what does it have on it? It's just 5 potions? Okay, well. Okay. Area. Let's go, baby! Oh, dude, yes. More area. All the area. I want all of it. I want to taste it. Damn, dude, the time has just absolutely flown by. Fools. Like, it doesn't even feel like I've been playing that long. What we got here? Minion. Minion, dude, seeing all the minion shit it makes me want to play the minion bitch again. Like, does the druid get to go full minion? I don't really like druids. They're okay, but it's just not my thing. I usually play them on occasion, but you know, not as like a main thing. Never been that interested. Yes, Beastmaster. Because it's like... The Necro Lady is cool, but a lot of the abilities that you get are just kind of meh. I don't really like her. I don't know why. Fucking Mana Strike, dude. Okay, okay. Oh boy, if you want some, I'll give you some. Anybody else? Anybody? Oh, do they just keep spawning? They do not appear to be giving me experience. Okay, there we go. Forge Guard also has minions. You summon weapon minions. Is that book, man? Along with these gloves, or not these gloves, the Terrify boots. I don't know, man. Because I mean, like, a lot of the minions that the Necro Lady gets are pretty good, but it doesn't feel. How should I put this? There's you can turn some of the stuff that you get into buffs, but none of it really synergizes like it feels like these spells do, where, you know, so, like this thing literally will cast the other spell and stuff like that. It does a little bit of that, but not really, and not in a way that I find interesting or compelling. So yeah, I don't know, man. That, and also it was just basically, it got kind of boring after a while. Because eventually I hit a wall on how awesome my minions could be, and then it's like I can't progress anymore because my minions literally just keep dying. No matter how much, you know, I respec them with gear, with life, and all that other shit, it just didn't. So I think we're gonna go with area. I mean, projectile speed is probably a good one, but I think we want to do pull area as well, so we get more, you know, bang for our buck.
This has gone on long enough.
Blah 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 blah. Okay, yep, I'll do it. Let's go. All right. I shall do your quest.
I cannot do that.
Minions with hammers. That sounds. But would you? But like the thing about it is like, would you want to be holding like a spell book in your offhand, right? So that tells me it's usually it's made for the witch. Because I don't think you can have any minions on this guy other than like illusions from teleport. Pretty sure. There's none of that. None of that nonsense. What up, boys?
I cannot do that.
Come on, give me something here, son. Boys are killing me. This bullshit. Oh, boss time? Where is he? Okay. Oh, that hurt. That will hurt. Using teleport to dodge out of the way. Doing massive amounts of damage in the process. Oh, that felt like a real fucking boss fight finally for the first time. Doc. It's tier 3. 5 intelligence. That's a tier 4. And I don't want anything on that. Nice. 3 intelligence shards. Shock on hit, ignite on hit. That's pretty good. Shock on hit, ignite on hit. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let us peek. Deliver Lilith's books to, where is that at? Okay. So that means I can do this. And I don't have to walk through the tower, is that right? Yeah, the black hole does amazing. What the fuck? Oh, I can't. I have to. Okay. There's no town to go to because I'd have to cross the. Oh, okay. I guess the game was just lagging the fuck out. Yeah, there we go. It was taking its sweet time. That's all. It got there eventually. Can't be too mad. All right. Where the hell am I going? Oh, this way. That's right. This some way, boys. Charge! Boys good? All right, sweet. Wait. I thought there was something over there, because of course it's just it's nothing. Nothing. Damn you, sir. Damn you. That was a quadruple cast, by the way. That's why he just instantly died. I cast like 4 times in a fucking row. That was crazy. All right, what you got, son? So it's got 44 elemental damage, 53 mana. I would lose a mega fuck ton of crit, but let's see if it's any good. 17 vitality, damn. I was really hoping for something better. Like it to turn into one of these. Damn, that is insane. Wow. Okay. It's worth 1,100. All right. See what you got, Home Circle.
I cannot do that.
Damn. All right, well, we got it. All right. So let's see what we can do to it. So it's at T5 mana and T5 elemental, so I could put whatever I want on it as a prefix or as a suffix, right? Okay, well, let's look at what does my crit do? 40, 22. Wow. Wow, I did not realize how much it was giving me. But my lightning damage goes to 380, or it goes from 280 to 324. Mana as ward, mana regen goes from 13 to 15. I lose 1 intelligence, but I also gain 53 mana, so I'm up at 3. So you know what that means? What can I do to this thing to make it worth it? Add ward per second to it? I don't know if that's going to cut it, man. I really don't. Chance to shock, I've got 1. Chance to slow, I've got 5. Dodge, cold. Yeah, it's I really wanted it to be something, but I'm going to lose 1 intelligence, 3 crit, 3 spell crit. I'm going to gain elemental damage, which is at T5, right? But there's not really much I can do to it that's going to make it. There's nothing I can do that's going to make it any better. Right? Could use a Rune of Discovery on it. I just don't know if like cutting my crit in half is gonna be fucking worth it, man. That's a lot of crit. So it's like, yeah, that's a lot of crit. Gives me less ward retention? What the fuck? So 86, 77. 24. 2490. 20. 2436. 2432. Oh wow, okay. It's because it gives more elemental damage. It doesn't crit because it's a damage over time thing. And I can't even re-roll these. Right? I can't even try to re-roll. I want the extra mana, sure. Mana regen's nice. I just wish the elemental damage were crit. I mean, it wouldn't fix the problem, but it would fucking help. We're gonna roll with it. We're gonna see what happens. So, mana gained as ward.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, it still feels, I mean, I still feel fairly powerful. Obviously, I'm not going to crit as much, but it only moved my spell crit. Not my total crit. Because my total crit is 15 plus 22. It was 15 plus 40 earlier. All right, now we're rolling up on a boss. Like, is it actually doing the freezing cascade? I don't know because I can't tell, right? It only says the freezing, the Nova. Freezing Cascade. Elemental Nova casts Freezing Cascade on hit, creating a cascade of freezing novas that chains between enemies. I have yet to see it. Right? Elemental critical strike chance. What the fuck? My crit doesn't go up at all? Is there no... No, because there's no elemental crit. That's interesting. So it'll go up, but I don't know how much. Okay. Interesting. All right. So here's what we're gonna try. Two, three. Yeah. Freezing Cascade. Did you see it? I saw it. I don't know if it's doing it. I don't know if it's actually doing it or not. Hold spell intelligence. Okay. Maybe it's not worth it. Right? It's 54% damage. So yeah, I mean we're definitely getting the good there. Let's go ahead and grab that. Yeah, I can't actually tell if it's doing it or not. Ooh. Mana and mana regen on a ring, dude. 12 and 20. Give me that fucking thing. How many do I have? 16. All right. Let's see what the gods give us. Hold damage. That sucks. I mean, I guess it works really good for... do I waste a Rune of Discovery on this? It's like, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Also don't want to waste a ward per second. Right? I mean, we could just grab a health one. Right? 6 potential left. I don't know if it used it. Yeah. I'd rather find a better one. We increased how much it's going to sell for, though. So that's good, right? Oh, it does. It does. I saw the spell. I saw it. Did you see it? I saw it.
Do that.
Yep, it does. It does. It does it. It does not very much damage. So I don't know if we're gonna change it. We could just increase the critical strike chance significantly. I got the wrong spell up over here. So yeah, we could backtrack. It seems pretty good, and the damage seems pretty good, but if we go back to overcharge, 40% chance to do 100% extra damage, plus extra stun chance, plus area, right? Or 54% more flat damage. And do we keep the cascade? I mean, it feels like it's doing work, right? It does feel like it's doing work. So I don't know. I think we're just gonna keep it. It feels like it's doing all right. Yeah. Okay. Shock on hit. Was that tier 2? Tier 4. Tier 4. Nice. We got 2 of those. I think I only had like a handful, so increasing that's going to be really, really good. Yeah, I think lowering my crit a little bit is okay. I really wish I had a I don't mind lowering my elemental damage because that's not really like the spell damage on this, right? If I could change this to mana, I would. Yeah, because I just want massive amounts of crit and massive amounts of mana. The damage is good too. Tier 4 mana. Elemental Nova. Ooh. Probably don't want that, though. Mana regen and armor. Nice. 3 mana shards. So we did not get it. Boo! Boo! Boys just chilling, huh? Well, I guess we killed everything, so. Yay! Hey, I think I need a quick break. I'll be right back. Step back.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Reverse it and Mega eats. Nom nom. Yeah. Boys.
Alrighty, boys. Here we go. Let's go.
I cannot
No spells.
do that.
Grrr. Come on.
I cannot.
Let me
do
teleport. Let me do it.
I'm glad you are saying. I see. Did she? That would
Blah,
not
blah,
be
blah, blah,
wise.
blah. Okay.
Liat's
Here's what we're
been
going to do.
known
We're going to go to the end of time.
Though I see her as a friend, she will consider me as a threat.
I don't know why it just doesn't center you over that in the end of time. It centers you where the map is in the same area at the end of time. It's kind of weird.
I cannot.
I think I've shattered everything I wanted. I'm going to keep that in reserve in case I want it. Put it back on. Yeah, I really do wish that I could trade spell damage for mana and one of those resistances for ward per second. I would absolutely. Free elemental damage. All right. Look at this thing, dude. 4 to all attributes, 3 plus 3 to runic invocation. That's your main spell as a rune mage. 33 armor per raw rune, 49 dodge rating per ho, 16 ward per second per gone. Plus 1 spell damage with runic invocation per 10 armor, dodge rating, or ward, whichever is lowest. So what that would mean is that you would want to make them all as high as you possibly can. Per 10. Per fucking 10, dude. That's insane amounts of spell damage for stacking armor. Level 24. Dude, that's insane. It's only with runic invocation, true, but you can basically do runic invocation as much as you want. It's crazy, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this makes me want to make a runic, dude. 72% chance to ignite on hit. It's insane. And it gives minus spell cost plus 5 spell damage. Okay, that's not that much. But the fact of how it stacks, plus 1 per armor, that is so crazy. That is absolutely insane. Okay, shatter. I'm back up to 50k.
I cannot do that.
Let's drop a couple of those. Looking at any of the things. Nope. Nope. Okay, so we're gonna let's see. We're go to the stash here in just a second. Let's see what Gambler's got.
That.
Gamble. He's got that, but I don't want that. He's got. I've got pretty good boots. You know, I got pretty good boots. We're just gonna roll with that. Yeah. Buy another one of those. I'm looking for the higher level armor sets. That's pretty good. Bar to level 40. Just the base item. Mana, armor, mana regen. Yep. 8,300 gold to roll that, though. No. 4,800 for those. None of the new stuff. Elemental resistance, crit chance, move speed. So none of the new items are on here. A few of them are, but not the ones I want. So move on. I don't want to roll low level items. This is why, like, if I found he doesn't have wands that are like this, right? So not really much we're gonna do about that. So yeah, using Calamity here plus this staff would just be insane, right? And then you get, oh, this is an offhand catalyst. Never mind. You wouldn't be able to use it because this is a staff. Yeah. That's still just so crazy. Now imagine instead of this badass motherfucker, you had another one that was like this. It would be so good. So good. We're gonna stash this right here.
I cannot do that.
I want to make sure we, you know, keep it active. Oh.
I cannot.
Oh. The real reason I can't. The reason I came here
cannot
specifically.
do that.
Wasn't to sell, it was to do this.
Hello, traveler.
So we're gonna go snatch. We're going to go here, and we're going to go snatch. Oh, wait. Put it there. Then we respec again.
Hello, traveler.
Take that out. Okay. Yeah. 7 intelligence. Resistances. That's cool. And yeah, I've got to max that first. Like it's so much better. But we're gonna max that.
Do not dwell.
Now, is there anything else I want to change before I leave this fucking place? Kind of want to max this out for more mana and more mana regen. Critical strike per intelligence. What's my intelligence? 41 now. So this gives you at 5 points. It would give me 5 more intelligence, which means my intelligence would be 41. Or excuse me, my intelligence is 41 plus 5 would be 46. Okay. And it gives you spell critical strike chance per intelligence, 3%. So per intelligence, it gives you 3% spell critical strike chance. Wait, really? Hang on. It would be 3% here. Or is it 3% multiple? Per intelligence. There's no way. 3% per intelligence. So 46 times 3 is 138. How would that translate to this number? Bit frustrated, Hearts of Iron 4 again? Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. What's, what is it, is it not allowing you to do the alt history you thought you always dreamed of? Where do I want to take it from? We could take it from Distant Spark. Let's do that. 3. Is it 5? Okay, it's a 22. 4. 29. I wasn't looking at how much damage it gave me. So 84, 6, 8, 4, 6, 8, 23, 84, 23.
Hello, traveler.
84, 23, 84, 23. That is a, okay, well, actually what we need to do is we need to do this now. So I put 3 in it, 79. Because it also takes into account. So it's 21. So having the 4 points of intelligence extra only gave me like 100 DPS on this and 100 DPS on this. But putting the extra point brings it up to 84. I don't know if that's better or worse than this. Increased mana spend is ward. That's pretty good. Because, yeah, it sounds great. Spell critical is 3% of intelligence. But even with all the intelligence that I do have, it's only 46. I mean, I guess it goes up as you would level And so it ties, so it means that if you stack intelligence, it literally gives you damage and crit instead of just the other one. I think I'm going to keep it. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it. And what we're going to do...
Hello, traveler.
We're going to... I want to keep the crit. I want to keep the damage. But I've only got 2 points. Do we get rid of Afterglow? It's just 12 and 12, but then it's 24 and not. We could literally get rid of momentum, but I'm not sure I want to do that. That's the ability to cast as fast as I do makes my build work. Right? And I'm literally at the bounds of all of these, right? 6 points. I could take 2 points out of this, right? Two more levels, I'll have this back. Honestly, you know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna roll like this. I'm gonna get more, so let's just do it. This is what I want. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go. All right. I may want to take a bake from it. Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what happens in a lot of games with me, is that you basically hit the ceiling of your competence, and the game doesn't make it really easy enough for you to be able to move past where you're stuck. And so in a game like Hearts of Iron or any game like that, you have to invest a lot of time in the actual game you're playing for it to be meaningful. And so once you reach a point where it's like you're fucked and there's nothing you can really do about it unless you literally just grind ages through it, doing boring shit that's not really that fun, to get to the point in the game where you'll have fun again, it just presents a wall that makes you want to stop, right? That happened to me a lot during Stellaris, where I would invest, I would play a game for a couple days, and then I would get to a point where it's like, I don't even want to play no more, because it's literally just my giant blob of an empire versus their giant blob of an empire, and pretty much the game is over at this point. I just have to defeat this other big dude that's basically, allied with a few smaller dudes around me, and it's like at that point it was just like whatever, because there's not a lot of other things you can do with diplomacy outside of just trading and smashing people back then. There's a lot more stuff you can do now, so there is that, but I can understand why in a game like that where you just get stuck and there's nothing to do but just sit there and like let the time waste by. Doesn't feel good sometimes. Oh.
Good boy.
Completely understand that. Did he have another one? No, he did not.
Good boy.
Okay, so. Oh, there is another quest over here.
May I help you?
Oh, yes, you did. Ah, yes, idle slot.
Farewell.
Okay, we can now wear or put on our bigly one. God damn it. Where's my stash? There it is. Oh. The 4 spell damage on lightning. So 84. 93. 4 spell damage. There's not even a stat for it. Look, my spell damage didn't go up. Lightning spell damage did. Yeah. That's crazy. I think I'm also gonna do this. Because I'm limiting my DPS. I'm pretty sure I'm limiting my DPS by doing it. So we're gonna leave that alone. And we're gonna go stop respecking, and we're gonna pop the area. Yeah. Then we're gonna max the crit, get the maximum area, and then I guess we might do overcharge again. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. We could do this instead. I'm certainly not gonna channeled ability. I don't know how it'll work. It probably won't work if I do that. It doesn't. It only says on the teleport. This does not work if Elemental Nova has a cooldown. Becomes a channeled ability, unleashing 5 novas per second, rapidly draining your mana. Elemental Nova has a smaller area of effect, multiplicative with other multipliers, minus 40%. I don't know. We'll find out when that hits 3, I guess. I mean, I could make it go down further, but I don't want to. And of course, I forgot to do this. All right, well, that's kind of refreshing. I guess we'll go. None of this makes any sense. I guess we'll just do health and necrotic resistance. Cold damage, 5 health. We could do ward retention. Yeah, ward retention, elemental resistance. That's pretty good. That will work. All right. I'm not giving up my ward per second, and because they all have like lightning skills, lightning crit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I have so much that's just straight lightning. It's like I'm giving up so much DPS. It's like, is it really worth it? And I don't think it is. So we're gonna go back to the regular old lightning one. I liked the idea.
Very well.
But in implementation, it didn't feel so hot. Pretty sure he turns me down too.
Very well. These waters I've made.
The travelers.
I cannot.
Yeah, man, if I could recommend any game, it would be Path of Exile or Last Epoch. I don't know why I feel like ARPGs are like sucking me in like they are right now. Especially because I've never been one to be one of those late game Andys that tries to like blast the entire game super quick and do all the crazy builds. But it's not like you have to be, right? Bam. All right, so I guess we're gonna see what the channeled thing does. Next level. But we'll see, won't we? Yatch. Yeah, this is a big ass zone. All right, let's get the clearing. Damn. Nope. Sorry. Not today, friend. Not today. Is there anything over here? Like I'm pretty sure I'm missing chests left and right, dude. Like I have no doubt. Boom! Yes, feel the power. Oh, what you doing?
I cannot.
Getting all up in my shit. That was fucking perfect, man. It was beautiful. Beautiful. I can't believe how well that worked. Whoa. Can't be having that now. That wave rolled right over. Supplies and then carefully. Okay. Open Navigator's Way chests. Alright. Attack speed, crit multiplier. It's tier 2, don't care. That's a dagger. Shit. Oh, okay. 22 mana. Crit strike. I mean, it sells good. Mine also has 10 ward per second, so. 3 spell damage? Yuck. Level 3. Well, of course. Got a tier 2 spell damage on it. Sells for 4. 57 spell damage? Oh, it's level 77. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Cool. I guess. Oh man. Oh, it's got lightning penetration. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Hang on. That's tier 4. Cannot exist as a shard. Oh. Huh. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, I guess we'll sell it. Okay, let's go. Badoosh. Oh, boys, what you doing? Dude, that knockback, man. That was hilarious. Look at it, look at it. Oh, yes. That is sick as shit, dude. The black hole with the lightning, man. But you know what's funny, man? You know what's really funny? Is that you can turn all your lightning damage into cold damage. So if I wanted to, I could completely turn all of my shit into cold damage by doing this. No, excuse me, it's lightning blast. So yeah, I would never mind. I thought it did it to all of them. But I do believe can static war be converted to cold? Yep, there it is. And that's already cold. And of course you can do it to this, right? So it's kind of funny. It's kind of anyway. What the fuck was I doing? Get a point? We did. It's 13 mana. So 60. Okay, that lowers. What does it do though? Huh. Okay. So it doesn't do shit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't do anything. I thought it might give me more of them because it says it casts it. Oh, where is it? Teleport. I figured it would do like 5 of them because it's channeled now. Right? But it literally just casts the 3 of them. Yeah, just 3 of them. Okay. Well, now we know. Wait. That's all I wanted was to know what it would do. Because if it would have given me 5 casts, like imagine 5 casts when you leave, 5 casts in the middle, and 5 casts at the end. You're talking 15 fucking casts. I was like, holy shit, this is gonna be insane. No. It just becomes a channeled ability, but it only casts it 1 time. Oh, duh. That's the wrong one. No.
I cannot do that.
That was bad. That was bad. Lightning damage, mana strike. I accidentally put it on freaking static orb, so I ran in and tried to black hole while they were all on top of me, and it did not work. It did not work. Yes, baby. That was, oh, that was so good. Yes, that's exactly how I wanted it to work. This is just, I had a little screen tear there, and Dude Bros just disappeared. Like they were there 1 second, and then the next frame they just vanished. They just vanished. Got knockback. Where do we go now? Right? Where do we go now? I mean, I guess wormhole is probably a good idea. Right, we got 5 points left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just go get that. I mean, ward, or like it's just like maybe 7, you know, or however many ward it is. Ward retention if you've teleported. I guess that's okay. I don't know, man. It feels like having global cooldown recovery so that these two come back faster while I'm teleporting and shit sounds pretty good. Considering I could teleport like 2 or 3 times. Right? It lasts 4 seconds, and I can teleport every 4.2 seconds.
I cannot do that.
Right?
I cannot do that.
Nope. Bro, he's got the book. Oh my god. It's only 4 intelligence, though. You know what? Oh no! I clicked the wrong button!
I cannot do that.
I clicked the wrong fucking button. I was gonna empower it and be like, alright, well, we'll see where it goes. I guess not now. Not no more, we ain't.
I cannot do that.
Yeah. Temporary status. I have recently casted. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the cooldown reduction is going to be freaking awesome. Yeah, I definitely want the cooldown. And increased elemental damage. That's right. I forgot about that. But come at me, bitches. Just gonna stand there. I'm just gonna whoop your ass from the distance. Yeah. More area, boys. More area. 4. Oh, oh, that was dirty. That was dirty. I did him dirty, baby.
Goodbye.
I cannot do that.
Oh god, that was horrible. How could you do that? How could you do that to them? This is unsustainable lifestyle. God damn, dude. Okay. I mean, I think we have to go here for that one, right? Pretty sure. All right, where are we going here? So, find him, find the sailors, Isle of Storms. Okay, so yeah, let's finish exploring this, then we'll go through one of the doors. That's what we're gonna do.
Fools. I cannot do
Yes, yes! Feel my power! See, this is why we have video games. Because I can be a complete asshole to these guys. And it's fine. It's fine. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody gets hurt. Nope. Nope. Reasons Tango probably shouldn't be trusted with power. This is probably one of them. Just gonna say that. 75 though. 47 minions. Nice. Come on in. Think you got something? Let's go. Dude, it just annihilates all the regular mobs. Like, not even there. That is crazy. If only, man. If only. One more point, and we're back on the track.
I cannot do that.
62 ward. I can fix her. I can fix her. No, I can't fix her. I can't fix her. Broken. Yep, she's broken. Come on, boys. Gather them up, son.
Fools. Fools.
Deleted. Didn't even need to launch the frickin' big one. It's only a tier 2. I don't have that many, so I might as well go for it. Got it. And Big Crabbo gets deleted. Deleted. Also, can I upgrade this? I can. It has 4 forging potential. Movement speed. 1, 2, 3. Huh! Nice. Well done. Well done. 10%. We got that one big. God damn. That's so crazy, dude. All right. Well, let's just stick there. Got 8 forging potential here. What do we got? Can we upgrade any of this? We can. Critical strike. Critical strike. They're both tier 4. There you go. 75 crit strike. Out of set. Nice. We rolled a max one. Hell yeah. What else can we craft? We got 15 on this bad boy. So we got more elemental damage. Nice. There it is. Wait. I didn't want to waste the ward decay, but elemental damage? Sure, why not? 11 forge on this. Got 16 intelligence. More intelligence is more crit, right? Nice. We got a crit on fire resist. That's maxed. We could use a chaos. Let me see. V, which one is lower? Our cold is the highest at 105. Lightning. Or fire. Lightning or fire. Lightning or fire. 51, 33. So, lightning. Critical strike avoidance. We roll it one more time. Oh, we can't. Okay. All right, well, not bad, not bad. We got 4 forging potential here. Can we level this up? We can. Put it back on the big boys. Mana or intelligence? I say we go intelligence. Tier 5, baby. Let's go. Oh, we can't. No whammies? Gotta be 55 for that. All right. Can we level this up anymore? Oh, wait. Hold resistance. Can't level that up. Or that one. Oh, that sucks. We got 4 forging potential here. Level up lightning damage. Level 55. Is there another? So you do neck. Can't search by what you put on, what it can be put on. So ward that can be put on amulets. What else do I want? Shock on hit can go on amulet. That can go on amulet. So the only thing I want to re-roll it to is shock, and it's not really worth it. Can I level this bad boy up again? Yes, I can. Spell crit. Bam. Max level. 131, baby. 131. That's T5. We could re-roll chill on hits. Right? And what would we get? Shock, where we already got. Blind, slow. Yeah, there's nothing we can re-roll it to other than maybe stun that I really want. Do I really want to waste the potential on this? I could just level up cast speed. Right? It's a stat I have. I could re-roll it. Right? I could use one of these bad boys and go crazy. Physical damage. Yep, there you go. I lost 11% cast speed. Being a dumbass. That's okay. My damage only went down slightly. Yep, being a dumbass. But we did upgrade a bunch of our stuff. On the fly. Just as God intended. Why doesn't my pet run in and pick up that gold? That's just like so weird. All right, so I think not really sure. The thing about it is that these aren't randomly generated, I don't think. So I'll know where the door is. It'll tell me, so I can just run back up there. Yeah, I think we're just going to go to the other door first. Wait, what am I doing? Why run all the way back when I got to go anyway? Let's go here. And then we'll do the mini quest here, and then we'll go back. Yeah, how bad are you now, boys? How bad are you now? Huh? Huh? That's what I thought. Direct. Yeah, it feels like that. Definitely feels like that. There you go. Look at that bad boy. Ward per second. It's the first time I've seen one of those, I think. The 11 intellect, 24 per second. Doesn't give regen though. It also has ward per second as a fucking suffix. Oh my god. For real? I would lose mana if I put mana regen on it. I don't think you can put mana regen on it. Do we lose 15 mana regen? How much does that give me? 13.8. It's tier 1 spell crit. Do I put man? I put mana on it. Yeah, I put mana. I got 14 of these bad boys. Seven mana out of 12. 19 out of 20. That's pretty good. What'd that give me? Ward per second. Nice. Look at that. T5, baby. 42 mana. So I'd lose a little bit of mana. Oh, we don't have spell critical strike. No! Oh, dude, I did all of that. So, 91. 86. That elemental damage, man. I feel stupid. I got five. I got all 5 of them back. It only cost me $2,000. There you go. I got lucky. Super lucky. 500. That one was 100. Yeah, we'll challenge. I don't want none of that gear, but you know.
I cannot do that.
Gloves. So it gives me 45 lightning damage, 1 to all attributes. So if I were to take off my gloves, 91, 84. There you go. All right. So, tier 1 crit chance, 75 armor, 6 endurance. I would need something that gives like Anna or something. Yeah, I mean, I could roll with these. They're not bad. But I mean, I'd lose 9 mana. I wouldn't really give a damn. I could put mana on it, for God's sakes. Intelligence. That would give me more crit, too. Yeah. I don't think I want to go for elemental over crit right at this moment. Right, look, it's let's see. It goes from 91 84. Right? So the little bit of crit this gives me only added like 49 DPS. And I'm pretty sure the spell damage from this is what's giving me all the stuff. Yeah, because it's plus 41 melee lightning damage. Not. And then percentage lightning damage after that. So. Not very nice. Bro. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, yes. Resurrect. You will die, you little bitch.
Farewell.
All right, let's go. Gotta grab some eggs. Ah. Ooh, look at that. 9 mana regen, 15 mana. Find me a good base, boys. We'll get her done. Looking for them eggs. Looking for them eggs.
I cannot do that. Fools. Fools.
32. Got 5 there. Ooh, hello. Nice. Okay, I was pressing all the wrong buttons there. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, for he is a moron.
I cannot do that.
13 for that thing? I don't think so. 17 for that one? Absolutely. Oh, got 3 right here.
I cannot do that.
All right, need one more. There it is. Bada bang. Burn, you little bastards, burn. What are we doing? Yidoosh. Okay. I want to kill more thing. I want to kill more. You give more. Me kill. And good. Just in case you were wondering. Just in case you were wondering.
I cannot do that. I can...
Yep. Here 4 mana. One mana shard, lovely. Oh, goddamn. That looked like it hurt. Did that hurt? It looked like it hurt. It looked like it hurt. A lot. A whole lot. Got static orb back. Where the fuck was I going? I don't remember where I was going. Shock chance. Explodes on hit. Oh yeah, I put it in tendrils. That's what it was. So I need to go. Do we do projectile? Do I? So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I get 2 small orbs. Plus it gets more projectile speed and it gets 10% more damage. Yeah, the tendrils was a no-go. We could just do more damage right here, which would give us like a 10% damage bonus. Fuck it. Let's go. 7. Bigger damage bonus. More boom. More boom boom. More boom boom boom. More boom boom. Boom. Bada bada. Yeah, that's probably worth it. 45. Bada boom.
I cannot do that.
It just almost seems unfair when I teleport in and they just die, right? It does feel that way. It's double the damage because it casts 2 of them right on top of one another. I did play as Japan yet again, and it was mostly going well until I called Siam into the war, and later they capitulated, which wasn't too bad as I took some area back. Problem is, I was eventually facing China in the Commonwealth game. Yikes. I mean, is there a way for you to like side with the allies? As funny as that would be. Is there a way you can do that? I imagine not, right? Oh, there is. Okay, well, there you go. I was going here. Yeah. Want to keep it fairly historical? I mean, that's fair. That's fair. You got to do what you do, right? Yeah, I just want to point out that all the fancy bullshit aside, I can just, like, annihilate these fucking things from distance. Okay. Really? That's it? That's all I get? Damn you, game! Damn you! For some reason, Italy always falls by itself to the Commonwealth Alliance. Well, yeah. Italy's gonna Italy, right? I actually don't remember how Italy... Didn't Italy have a revolution that overthrew Mussolini before the end of the war? I don't remember. Spell damage, critical spell strike. 18%, 1 more intelligence. Meh. Look at that, dude. Oh my god. That's so cool. He like comes close and the meteor just... Because I got maximum area. And next we're going to go pull strength, I guess. Because the main reason I want it is for the CC options that it gives. Recast could be interesting. 116 full. Oh, we're almost full. Well, damn. We're gonna have that good loot, aren't we?
I cannot do that.
All by your lonesome.
Very well.
Oh, we gotta return. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna walk my half. Oh, hello.
That.
Probably should go back to town, but I'm stubborn. We're gonna like barrel through this real quick. Maximum area. Dude, that is a huge area. Holy shit.
I cannot do that.
Boom. Ring of Shields. Crit. Double. 1600. It's a melee weapon. I'm just gonna vanish. This is why teleporting on top of them is so important. It's because it doesn't travel anymore, it explodes on contact. Which is fine. I want it to explode on contact.
I cannot do that.
So that I can do shit like this. So basically just throw it on the ground in front of him. It's like a shotgun kind of deal. What up, Home Slizzle?
Goodbye.
And there you have it. Not only that, the arcane momentum shit gives me spell damage. So the more I'm casting, the more spell damage I do. It's a good amount too. It's like 40%. It's 26. Them bitches like to run. I had to make sure to lock her down. Freaking siren hose. Did she escape? Grab. Correct. 26. This one's 4. 4. That's 4. 4. I've been picking up the belts because they're actually worth a little bit. Tier 3 and Tier 2. I'll go ahead and eat this. Only got one of them. 4. I don't want that. I really wanted that to be something. Is that it? Okay. Lovely. There we go. Alright, what's this fool got going on for me? A knife. Lovely. How much is it worth? 1,400? I can't be bothered, man. Yep. Here we go. Boom. Instant deletion. Well, looky there. Got less mana on ward, but more intelligence. Yeah, I mean, if it's just gonna be the same, like not really worth it.
Fools.
Come on, boys. Homies, let's go.
I cannot do that.
Yep. It's happening. It's happening right now. Oh god.
Fools.
Oh! Yes! What a mother... Oh my god. Ooh. 4 spell damage? Okay, that's... How many of those do I have? So X% increased spell damage adds X. I got 6. On. Fuck. We didn't get it. We didn't get it, boys. Didn't get it. 2,000 gold down the drain. Less I. Return to the stranded captain. Where does this take me? Moonlit Shrine. No, I don't want to go there. Alright, let's go. I don't really want to walk back, but ain't got too much issue with it. Wish I'd hurry the fuck up. Besides, we still got area to explore. I guess it really is the fact that I just love the leveling experiences in games like this and trying out all this cool shit that you can do. But then once you've basically got your shit locked in and you're just grinding to the end game, that's when it kind of loses me. It's just not my cup of tea, man. Once you hit that wall, like I mean that's the way it was originally in Diablo 2 back in the day. You know, I had like 6 or 7 level 100 characters. 3 of them were sorcerers, by the way. 2 of them were fire sorcerers, so I made one the wrong way. And I mean, I would farm in the end game, like it definitely happened. But after a while, I would just get bored of doing the same shit over and over and over again and just make a new class, or you know, do the sensible thing and go play another fucking game. Which was usually the case. You know, I'd find something cool, and then I'd farm for a little while and not find anything else. Hope that I'd find something again. But I wouldn't, and then I'd just be like, oh well, okay, I'm done. Of course, again, I must reiterate, I had like, well, they weren't level 100, they were level 99. You couldn't be level 100 in Diablo. Level 99 was the max level.
Goodbye.
All right. I should have went to the moonlit pool. I should have. Now I have to fight through it again, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll definitely. I need to ask my wife when she needs me to go. I don't think she goes to church till like 10 a.m. So I don't know. Whatever happens, I need to sell all those bullshit. All right, let's look in here. What are we looking at? So 5 intelligence, 8% cast speed. 178, 1810. Yeah, so it is working. Damn, I really wish I would have empowered it. Okay, the armor got. Yeah, I need to eat that one too. Spell crit. I don't think any of the others I wanted. Right? Spell damage. That's tier 1 and 3. Not that one. Fire. Crits. Lightning. It's 1. All right.
Gods be with you.
Bing.
Goodbye.
Greetings.
Boom. There you go. Oh my god, dude, it's got 45 spell damage on it. Wow! Do you know how much my fucking damage would go up if I had that fucking thing, dude? I would melt everything. It's like double the damage that I have now. Wow. Chance to poison on spell hit. Hold damage, tier 3. Bro, 10,000. 17,000. Yeah, my crit goes down a lot. 26. 33 to 26. Elemental damage over time increases this one too. Over 1,000 DPS. Oh my god. Alright, before we go crazy, clear this. Alright. Let's just chill.
Greetings.
Chill. Okay, I think I don't like the poison on hit, but the damage cannot be denied. We don't have any more elemental damage over time. It's a tier 3 lightning. What can I put on it? That's a suffix. Shock on hit. Stun chance. Zero forging potential. Lovely. Okay. And yet, 10,000, 17,000. Look at that shit, dude.
Take care of
Oh my
yourself.
god. That's crazy. I mean, hey man, spell damage plus spell damage is fucking something, ain't it? All right, we're gonna pop those in there. Because I want to eat them so I can get the stuff off of them, but I want to make sure that I don't need them anymore. And obviously, I need to find another one of these. Be able to get the damage up there. All right. Off we go, boys. Off we go. Yeah, this is probably better. Probably going to be easier to get up there. That's the Moonlit Shrine. I wonder if it would be a good idea to get the projectile speed.
Fools.
Thought you could sneak up behind me, huh, bitch? The fuck is that? Oh, loot lizard! Give me my shit, mother fluffer. Health regen, it's only 4? 22 mana and 11 regen, okay. 70% increased spell crit, doubled if you have over 300 maximum mana. Oh my god. It's the same kind of shitty armor that I'm currently wearing. So that's 140 crit. Okay, we're at 17.9. 26. It goes up to 32. 17.1. So it goes down. Because I lose so much intelligence, right? I still have a lot of fucking mana. Did it go down just because of intelligence? It puts it back up to 32, man. Holy shit. I gained some regen too. I mean, I lose a bunch of health, but bro, I can't. Nice. Intelligence crit 9. 17.9. 17.9. That's funny. That's really funny. I don't understand why the 70 spell crit is not increasing the DPS more. You know what I mean? That's kind of weird. So it's not taking into account spell critical when it's showing the DPS? That's interesting. I didn't think about that. I'll take elemental resistance, yeah. Yes, I've got ward per second on it. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, man. Oh, yeah, son. All right, well. Uh, 28, we're going to pass that up. Takes up too many squares. Like, bro. Placed it just like that. Like that. Because the thing that thing was giving me was the HP and all that other shit, right? Just in case you were wondering. Like, it's kind of funny that I can do this. Like, it really is. I mean, they're hitting me, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, as you can see, it's not really doing them any favors. Mana, it's a fucking bow. Lovely. Lightning Blast. That's a tier 4. Alright.
I cannot do.
Annihilated. 5/5. That is what I wanted, right? Yeah, fuck it. Alright, whatever. I actually don't know where to go now. We're at 15. I got 5 more points. Do I put all 5 just in the overcharge? Reward on kill. 5 points. Where do we go? Could just put them all up here. Give it another 25% area. And a shit ton of damage. I think that's where we go. Because overcharge is great. But it doesn't really do any damage unless you put 12 points in it total. And then you get the full benefit. And it just... Yeah, I think we're just gonna do that, yeah. Seems like the thing, man. Damage and area. It's just... not as much as the other stuff because it's not as Alright, we're here. The Moonlit Shrine. Now we get to see how it's going to be against a real boss. Right? Rightio,
You were told
rightio.
not to come here. Yes, it would be
Bitch,
wise to
I didn't ask you for fucking permission. Shut your pie hole. I don't want to hear it. Damn it. You get that shit out of here, man. Rah, 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 rah. Your tentacles suck. They're made of tissue paper. Okay. You got knocked the fuck out. Yes, sir. Boom! Guess what, bitches? I got lightning too. Ha 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 ha. Shooting in lightning balls at me. I'll show you a fucking lightning ball, boy. Your mama warned you about me, son. Didn't think you'd see the day. Oh, my friend. Oh. But today you shall rule. Go on. Go on. Start ruling. Oh, my goodness. Alright. Big time. And skadoosh. It is kind of cool that my lightning just changed to like there's so much destructible shit in here and it just chains to it. It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Asshole. Okay, a tentacle got left. A tentacle got left. There you go. That's all you need. Is the girl your mom warned you about? Tango is the girl your mom warned you about? You fucking hush.
I cannot.
All right, we're coming back around, so let's go this way. Actually, hang on one second. Let's square this circle. 43 spell cold damage. Yikes. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
I cannot do that.
Whoa. Summon Spriggan. Man, fuck you, dude. Get out of my fucking inventory. Alright. Not really what I was talking about. I wanted to get that right there. Can't remember if you ever played Rogue Trader or ever got back to it. Yeah, I played it. I just haven't got back to it in a while. Because I've been sucked into the ARPG-ness. Alright, boys, come on. Come on. Follow the leader. Yeah, that should work. 14, that should be fine.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Excuse me, miss. What the fuck are you doing? Get off my butthole. Got 19, that'll work. 4, attunement colder. 6, yes sir. 21. 40 spell damage, dude. I mean, I'm using one that has 40 spell damage on it as well. Like, that was a lucky drop, dude. That's a lot of extra spell damage.
I cannot do that.
Yes, I will eventually get back to it. A lot of what it was with Rogue Trader is I couldn't continue to read everything out loud. It was getting really fucking old. But I will actually get back to it. I really like the game. It's like, especially once I discovered that you could, like, the space travel aspect of it, I was blown away they included it. And there you have it. Melee elemental damage. Sure, bud. Sure. Whatever floats your boat, buddy. You know what I should do? I should put this here and put this here. Minion Reflect Shard. Nice. Mass Amulet. Caspi. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. 6 intelligence. I mean, Didn't even get one. Well, fuck. Thanks, game. Like, could you be any more of a dick bag? Yes. Yes, in fact. Oh, we leveled up. Nice. Okay. I missed that. Hang on. Match. Okay, there we go. Anyway, gotta rest a bit. Gonna have these dinner late. Hell yeah, son. Enjoy yourself, my friend. Enjoy yourself. In fact, I think we too are probably gonna take a break. And probably call it right after this. I think this is a boss fight. I think. If it's not, I'm gonna oh, come on, dude. I thought there'd be a waypoint or something.
I cannot
You know what?
do that.
Let me just show you how I could actually do this.
I cannot do that.
Let's actually do it. Actually do it.
I cannot do that.
Yep. I wonder if they stop following me eventually. All right, here's a big boy. Here's a big boy. And there you have it. Minion damage, spell damage. Hell yeah. Mana efficiency. Nice. Yep. So what I was getting at there is that this is how fast I could burn through most of these levels if I just went straight for the objective.
Gods forgive me. I'm actually starting to regret I never learned that drying cantrip.
All right, that's it, boys. So thank you for being here. I love your faces, and I'll see you guys next time right here at the Tango Hotel. We shall return in the morning tomorrow at 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. So until then, my dudes, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. I'll see you down. I'll see you there, baby. Peace. Oh, and grats.